stuff. Whew. All right. What time is it right now? 10:30 yet? Almost there. It's almost like the gift that keeps on giving. 10:30 flows. Check 1 2, mic check. Is the stream on or no? Good morning. What's going on, STT Voyager? I haven't seen you in a minute. How you doing, brother? Give me 1 quick second here, guys. I got to do a couple things here in the background. I am here. Hold on here, guys. Oh, God. Is this guy talking all kinds of, like, doom today? You know they want to price that doom in and then sneak out of here, right? Hold on a second here, guys. Take that off. Just give me a second here, man. What's going on here? But my kids are messing with my stuff. There we go. Good morning out there. How's everybody doing? Oh, is Hertz popping off? Hell yeah, B shot. Oh, you mean I think that was by request. Did you who wanted me to do that? Was that someone that was just joking or no? I thought yesterday that or 2 days ago, I thought when they called out Hertz, they thought they were being funny. I don't think it's funny. Hold on here. HTZ. Is it popping off? Oh, it is a little bit. Yeah, it kind of is, isn't it? What's it trading right now? Oh, there it is. Peeking its head up. Ooh. I'm looking at it right now. Good morning. How are y'all doing? We're almost at 10:30, right? What do we normally do in the morning? We wait for the new flows at 10:30, right? Yeah. Hold on a second here. Let's I wanted to say something that when we're a couple show notes here. The day show or the public daytime show ends this Friday, and it becomes a private show on the next month or the Monday thereafter. We're also launching a nighttime show that is public. It should be about 40, hopefully a tight 45-minute show where we overview the stock market. And that is at nighttime. I think it should be about 6 p.m., but I'm not sure. I would prefer it to be at 9 p.m. But 6 p.m. we can probably do the show, and then we can repackage it, tighten it up, clean it up, and re-release it at like 8 or 9 p.m. And that'll be an all market coverage. So we'll look at the major indexes. We'll look at whatever stocks we're watching at that moment. We will look also at the greater market, spec growth, shitcodes, that kind of stuff you like, TMT. And part of the reason for that which I've given you a bunch of reasons for why we're launching the show, why we built that studio back there, all that kind of stuff. But one of the reasons is because, there's an argument right now that when the bubble bursts, no one's going to get hurt this time. I've heard that argument. Like we're not, like the price of your TMT is not going to go down to $2 or $5 or something like that. And I was trading a crypto right around the 2007 2008 crash, and I was at Burning Man, and I went to Burning Man for Occupy Wall Street, the actual Occupy Wall Street, not the offshoots and weirdness that went on with the rest of the country. This was kind of like an original idea thing, and I remember like the talking heads and stuff didn't get it right. They were screaming at people to buy, and then the roll came, and they had no business saying that. You could tell in 2008 that we were going to crash. So we're gonna look at that really. Oh, shoot! What did I do? Oopsie. There we go. I think let's get rid of all this for a minute. We'll come back to this, and we'll get rid of this. And we're gonna go to a day. I think my biggest fear here is that it's not like COVID. The COVID, we were told, hey, we're gonna tighten. So you're kind of given the messaging, but I don't know that that's going to happen this time. That we're going to be messaged that we're going to start tightening, all that kind of stuff. Like that tightening cycle starts. It's 2008 right here. My posit is always this big blue line right here is pretty bad. And every time on any stock, I think I've said this about a bunch. We've looked at some stocks this week or something where I said, I don't like a stock that's underneath its monthly trigger. And I really don't. I don't even like buying it, trying to time that low, but you can. We do around here. But let's say you time this low right here, and we start trading higher and higher and higher. The stock all looks great. Oh my God, everything's fine here, right? But then it starts nosediving. I'm a firm believer that the moment you go back under there, you're risk off again. That blue line, especially like S&P 500. Qs bounces up and down below it frequently, but the S&P 500 is the stock market. I mean, some people would argue like the Dow is the powerhouse, but this S&P 500 basically represents the entire stock market, and we need to watch for this. Whether anytime we're down here, and I think that there won't be a repeat of that for at least us, at least this group. You would never get caught in that. But one of the rules of this too is that you need to be an accumulator. You need to be able to accumulate whenever we're above that blue line, and we're doing back tests to the daily trigger, the weekly trigger, and even the monthly, as long as you stay above it, and you just remain risk on, like adding, right? Adding all of these pullbacks in your long duration. If you do that in every bull run, as long as the S&P 500 is above the blue line, on all pullbacks to the blue line, the orange line, the yellow line, you're just adding. Just buy stock, buy whatever you want. I don't care what you buy. No, I shouldn't say that. It has to be quality. It has to be like the S&P 500, some form of it. It has to be like, it could be VU, it could be whatever you, Brick A, Brick B, I don't care. It could be Microsoft or Apple. Those will go in and out of bear markets, but theoretically it's indexes. You add the index, and then, if let's say we're rolling down here and you're trying to buy right here, you're buying on that pullback. That last little bit, you could have a little bit of loss here, but just a little bit. It'd be a few dollars, but you've been adding the entire ride all the way up anyways. And that's how you step off right there. And you should literally step off. Like, do not remain in your, like, I'll hear people say, like, oh, I just stayed long, bro. I've been long for 30, 40 fucking years. No, you fucking sell that shit. When you short the market, that's what you do. And then you re-enter either at a bottom that we can attempt to confirm, or you wait again until we're above that blue line, believe it or not. We could argue, too, that if we're shorting this thing down, we could potentially, like, time a bottom down here from a prior low from the last crash and stuff, and start accumulating down here. But I'll be honest with you, I don't mind waiting even just right here. You don't need to time this bottom. You don't need to get back in here. You just get back in once you're above the blue line. You ride it up for duration. Oh, your risk off, then your risk on again. No problem. Same things over here. Risk off again, risk on again over here on the blue line, okay? The blue line is like the key thing for the S&P 500. Different lines mean different things to different stocks and how stocks act on those lines. But in particular, whenever this bubble ends, or every time we start going risk off, like, you got to exit the market. And I think at least for our group, I'm not in the party of everything's not going to zero. I'm in the party of everything's going to fucking zero. We might have a scare or whatever next spring or something. I think the bubble's going to last at least 2 or 3 years. But if it were to pop, during the midterms or to pop during the springtime, maybe we have a Dems win or something like that, and the street's like, oh, we're going into a recession. All the bad guys are coming out to clean up our mess, whatever that is. If we start rolling in the midterms, or if it's in the springtime or anything like that, it's risk off once we're at that blue line. This one right here, and yeah, because I'm afraid it's going to be something like 2008. I'm afraid it's going to be a bloodbath. 2008, 2001, something like that. 2001 was a pretty big doozy as well. Here's the 2000 roll. Right here, pulling back. All of a sudden, we're underneath. It's risk off again. You wouldn't get caught in any of that nonsense to the downside. And there was some, like, this doesn't look too bad, but I'm telling you what, the moment they were under this, they wood shitted every single ticker. So if you see the S&P 500 go underneath that blue line, and you have your favorite stock, whenever this bubble pops, there's a chance that that thing's going to like $5, $10. Like your Nvidias, your Microns, all your other favorite tickers out there, they should get annihilated if we go underneath that blue line. And if you have access to the tools, you should be, even if you don't trade the S&P 500, you should be setting like an alert on that blue line right there. If price goes below that line, send me an email, send me a text message, call my mother. She's upstairs above the basement, but maybe she'll come down and tell you to get the fuck out of the market. And this should protect you. You had an alert right here on this trigger. You can create alert right on the triggers here, and then you can add a condition, price crossing, not value, nope, triggers. And then you can pick the 1 month. You see it? That's a 1 month trigger right there. And you have price crossing, up or down, doesn't matter. Just to alert you that we're risk on or risk off again, crossing up or down, and then you just add the alert on there. You create it. And you can see here, you can pick an email, a webhook. You can put this into the Discord. You can put it into your, I don't know, whatever you want. You can send a webhook to call your phone and just scream in your ear, oh my God, we're going to crash. Anything like that. Create the alert. This will pop up on my screen. But now, if price touches that blue line on the S&P 500 and SPY for me, you can do SPX if you want, ES, I don't care. You probably get the alert on ES quicker on its blue line, but I just created it here. It's there. So now if that price ever comes down and crosses through, maybe I'm not available, maybe you're not available, maybe you're in a, I don't know, an oil rig or something like that. Now, I also want to look at one other thing here, at least for the rest of this week. And the biggie is the prior high. We haven't taken that out yet, I don't think. Yeah, we did already take that out. Let's go look at that. Sorry, I've got my throat is sore today. When I speak 7 hours a day, it kind of like wrecks my voice. We're gonna look at a few things here. In the day here. This is Friday. This is Monday. This is your Friday high. This is your Monday high. It's higher than your Friday high. It implies that the week is going to turn green. Or at least it implies that we'll have follow through this week of another green week. You assume that the prior week is green, or the prior Friday is green at least. You're going to assume that the upcoming week is going to be green as well if you put a new high on a Monday. And we did. But we're a little bit weak today. And that is because of the inflation print that we have going on. Look at this. That one right there. This one right here. Excuse me, right here. That's your weekly. That's big, huge right there. You know, a bear wants us to go down there, right? They're like, look at the chart. I'm like, no, I'm not looking at that chart, man. Please just look at the chart. No, I ain't looking at it. That's your. This right here. And if you are new around here, see, check this here. Hold on. If you are new around here, when we switch to the private stream next week, our first order of business, if you are a member, our first order of business, we're going to start next week on our private stream. We're going to start at square one. I don't know if I want to call it a boot camp. We could do a boot camp, but what we're going to do is we're going to start at square one. We have some new members here that are like brand new to trading. And so what we're going to do is maybe some of you can skip those classes, but we're going to do some class work. We're going to start with candle counting. It'll just be topical, but you can probably do your own research thereafter. And the reason that you do this is because you're not going to get it the first time. If you're a new trader, you're not going to, I'm going to count candles with you, and you're going to say, I didn't get that. But it's okay. You just need the exposure to it. So if we can do that, once 6 months or once every 3 months or something like that, each one of those classes, like counting candles, what does traditional charting look like? Basic Elliott wave. Elliott wave is the one that everyone gets wrong. I don't know if everyone gets it wrong, but it looks overwhelming to learn, but you don't really need to know it all. You just need to know the concept of it. This is why they call them eraser gang, because they get it wrong all the time. They have to rewrite it every day. But you want to know where those people are. You want to know, you want to have a general idea of what they're thinking is going to happen. You don't I don't even measure Elliott wave anymore. I used to measure it and stuff. I'm looking for major inflection points. But the second day, what's up there, Richard? What's up, brother? Yeah, second day, right? So what we're gonna do is we'll go over candle counting. We're gonna go over traditional charting. We're gonna go over basic Elliott wave theory. Each day we'll do a different concept. and I'll give you a list of links for you to bookmark. You just do like an educational bookmark, and then we're gonna also thereafter we'll go out. We'll go into Elliott Wave. We'll go into ICT concepts. We'll go into triggers and velocity concepts and gamma, and then we're gonna do all of the tools on the website. We're gonna route through all of those things so that you have a firm idea of how to use our website. And then the last thing that we're gonna do is we'll do this on a separate, not during the daytime, but we're gonna also go into Options Industry Council, and we're gonna watch some of those videos together. Maybe we can watch them in the Discord or whatever. But we're gonna start going into Greek. So we're gonna go into option mechanics and option theory for like selling options, buying options, the different types of um, option strategies you can use. So we'll go through all that over the next couple of weeks. If you're brand spanking new to the market, or maybe you've only ever bought like crypto or bought stock or something like that, it should give you the baseline for revisiting those topics again and again and again and again. And I want to say something too. I think the Option Industry Council actually says this too, in like their beginner courses, which is it's going to be overwhelming and you're not going to remember any of it. The idea is that you revisit it again and again and again and again and again and again. You play the videos, maybe download the videos into audio format, plug it into your CarPlay, and just play it in the background while you're on the road, or you're stuck in traffic, or I don't know, your wife's yelling at you or something like that, telling you the worst person in the entire world. She doesn't do that, but it's your third week. What's right on, Steve Western? So we'll do that over the next first week that we're doing the private stream. We'll take some time and dedicate like a portion of the day to these concepts. It won't be the whole day. It'll just be like an hour or two, and we'll just go through these things, and then I'll direct you to some websites and some maybe some videos or something. And then as we go through these things on your own, you should be, becoming familiar with that kind of stuff. You don't really need to be like, oh, I got to study this. It's more just the familiarity with it that matters more, and it will come to you over time. So there's something that you can't get anywhere else. You can read books, and I'll show you the books to read. You can read books, you can watch videos, you can listen to stuff. You can have a mentor, like trade with other people that are going to teach you what you need to do. That's people in our Discord and myself as well, depending upon what you're interested in. But you cannot replace one. You can have a guy like me talking to you all day long, or a news squawk or whatever, but there's something you cannot replace. And it's no secret. It's time in market. So if you're paper trading this to get these concepts, to get familiar with it, and paper trading is not the same as real money. But if you're doing this stuff over and repetitively, and you do it over time, that time in markets is invaluable. That's the true secret. It really isn't anything else. And you'll go down these rabbit holes. You'll become like the Gamma Master and be like, "Hey, Cap, you suck at this fine detail of gamma and stuff like that." But that's not my style of trading. As long as you have a firm understanding of those concepts and then you dumb them down, that's my second rule probably. First rule would be time and market, and the second rule is that you learn these concepts in full, and then you attempt for yourself to dumb them down for how you need to use them in line with your own tools and rules, so that you can be successful. One of the biggest problems that new traders have is time and market, and the second one, obviously, is going down the rabbit hole and being a disciple of only one of these concepts. I just do gamma, or I just do Elliott Wave, or I just do this or that. And you will learn one way or another that you need to dumb those concepts down. Because you can get really wound up on them. You can get really wound up in these concepts and say, "Hey, this is the rule, or this is an Elliott Wave rule, and I'm going to stick with this because they're going to be right." And your shit's on fire and it just burns to the ground. So you're either going to learn through money, or you're going to learn through it'll be money more than likely. Time and market. And you'll say, "Okay, I'm just going to use what I need to take from this, find out where everybody is, and then start writing my own rules." And using some of those different concepts layered over each other to be successful. And if you do that with me, and I'll show you the math on some of this stuff and how you can have an edge in the markets, like a mathematical edge in the market. Um, and at the same time, know where everybody is. Like, know where the LA Wave guys are, know where the ICT guys are, know where the traditional chartists are, know where the Gamma Bros are. So you can find out if those people are going to be there or not when you're heading there with price. You have to watch out. There might be buyers, there might be sellers, one or the other. All right. And all right, that's all I got to talk about, I think, on this stuff and this topical stuff in terms of next week. So I look forward to that. If anyone here has ever seen me do a private stream, they're way different than public streams. Way more relaxed. Have way more time to answer questions, way more time to interact and all that kind of stuff with you guys. I don't have a million things going on in the background here. They're actually a lot of fun. Usually we make some money along the way, get 1 or 2 trades in during the day, make some cash, and get some of these concepts out to you. All right, hold on here. And I, by the way, I just got off the phone I was on hold with my surgeon, trying to get scheduled, and I'm still not on the schedule. They're going to call me back here. I was on hold for a long time, and I'm waiting for a phone call back from them. So I may have to take a phone call today on that, just so you guys know. So I actually want to make sure I didn't miss a call here. Hold on. Hang tight, guys. Oh, dude, I don't need no Ask Gemini. Stop that. Can't stand. I can't stand like the basic AIs. I shouldn't say I hate AI. I don't dislike AI at all, but I dislike the AIs that are like built into things. I don't like the AI that's built into Amazon. I don't like the AI that's built into my phone. Put that right there. And we want to start looking at this here. Because these bears want to take us down, right? Can't trust a bear. I'm kidding. You're like, hey, why do you shit on bears so much? It's because we're in a bull market. We will shit on the bulls once we're in a bear market. So that I'm an equal opportunity hater. And you should be too. You should be able to switch from bull to bear and know that there's no such thing as a bull or a bear. And if you ever meet a bull or a bear, people call me a permabull. It's only because we're in a bull market. Some people can be naturally bullish or bearish, or they do better on buy or sell side. I agree with that too. Some people can trade buy or sell side. Some can't. But it's good to be to know that it's better for you to not be one or the other. We're able to switch from one to the other, or at least recognize that we're not buyers, the sellers are out in town or whatever. Going right there. Let's look at this is that Monday high right here, right? We didn't actually put the high in. See that? It looked like we did, but we didn't. Let's see this right here. Oh, we did put it in. Okay, we did. That's fine. Sorry, I got that wrong. Check this Monday. It's Friday, so we've done everything we need to do here for the week. We don't need to put a new high in for the week until Friday, until this close right here. Theoretically, we want to see a new high. Excuse me here. Theoretically, we want to be up here by Friday. 775. I want to be up here. That's where I want to be. I don't know if we'll be able to get there, but something like that. But that does not preclude the inflation print. The bears want us like down here, right? They want to sell us down in here as best they can. We do not want to give up the Thursday low. right here, right in there. That's 10 a.m. There it is, 10 a.m. right here. We don't want to give that up right there. I don't want to. You can kind of see it right here. You see that white line right there? That white line, this white line right here is a trigger to trade through the Friday, Thursday low. And then it's kind of on like Donkey Kong down here. Here's the halfback trade. We kind of need to know about this stuff here for tomorrow. This is the halfback trade right here. No, that's the instigation of the trade right here. Check all these here. I'd call that the halfback trade maybe. And that's where that daily trigger's coming in. Do you see it? And so what I want to talk to you about right now is the outlook that I have for today is up. I have it up today, and I have it up into Friday, pretty high. But because of where that JPM collar is, and if you look at the price action back in 2025, the summer, we had some violent moves down in the end of the month of August. We had volatility to the downside. We're still remained bullish, but like I was telling you earlier, with your buying dips on the daily trigger, the weekly trigger, the monthly trigger, there is a chance that we could go down here. Look at a bad print or something like that. We're jackknifing down. You want to be Johnny in the spot to buy that up down there. Do you see that right there? So remember, you're buying pullbacks to the daily trigger and pullbacks to the hourly trigger until it fails. Does that make sense? We can ride this today up, but I want you to be aware that if we lose the hourly trigger or we come into some kind of market news, that it's okay for you to go risk off at some point on that news. So we're like up here grinding or whatever, they try to sell us down, risk off into the close. All of a sudden, we're blood and below that hourly trigger. We're down here. They're Johnny in the spot, ready to go to grab that thing if we need to. Let's check this one more time in a 30-minute. And you see this? We're losing this hourly velocity here. We're actually losing velocity. You can see it right there. On an hourly basis, this is assigned to the hourly trigger. And this doesn't necessarily mean that it's bearish, but it does mean that if there's a back test, it could fail easily. There's no support here. If there was a back test of price down here, like price came down here as we were on a major low in hourly velocity, I would expect it to hold. If the hourly velocity was heading high like this, I would expect it to hold as well. But as soon as we start putting in these like new high lower highs, I start questioning the that there won't be a rug pull on it. Pull us down. Go to a 1 minute basis here. Just check this here. And we're holding above this hourly right here. That did hold, but I don't trust it. So you got to be aware that you cannot trust this green line right now to hold. Tighter, guys. There's the prior high right here. This is Friday or Monday high right here. That's all-time highs right here. You should be watching me as I set up my day right now. I normally do this twice a day. I do it in the morning and then I do it at nighttime. I try to do it post 6 p.m., 9 p.m. You'll see me working late sometimes or posting things very late. It's because I'm waiting for 9 p.m. for the Asia session to begin. Then I try to look at the market again in the morning at between 4 and 6 a.m. And then again, of course, at 10:30 and then 12:30. So here's your 10:30. Let's just see what they're trying to do here. We'll put in the 12 and 12:30 here in a minute, but I just want to show you a few things here. This is the Monday high. Okay, this was yesterday, right? This is Tuesday. That was a low. So we're lower than Monday high right now, right? And you can see like sell, sell, sell down here. And 10:30, they tried to sell it again. Or 10 o'clock, they tried to sell it again. Trying to sell this again. There. This is the Tuesday high. I normally don't look at these things, but I'm going to put them up here for you. I'm always looking for the intraday high from the day before, new high from Tuesday, or new high from Monday. You don't need to pay attention to this if you know the market, but I'll write this for the new guys that are out there. You need to take that out, take out that Tuesday high or that Tuesday high right there. Excuse me, not Tuesday. Yeah, it's the Tuesday high from 7 a.m. Let's look at this here. So here's this high at 10. This is a lower high. And that's a lower high as well. Do you see that? Right there. So this is bearish still. That's not bullish. This needed to go up. This needed to go above at 10:30. It did not. There's another chance here for it to go up. It did not. So this is very weak flows. I don't trust that at all. I'll delete this for just a minute here. If we catch a new high here, we can take that long. But we're not there yet. We need to get that high first. We don't have it, so we don't do anything here. If we begin to lose this this level here, we'll begin to sell it together. So the Discord, where is the Discord? I think I have coffee here. Hey, what's going on, Bazra? What's up, brother? Yeah, L Director is saying probably waiting till Wednesday to trade like we all should, unless you're Theta. No, I think we might be able to dump it today. It's possible. You know, the Bears want to dump this shit down. They want that volatility. And actually, if we trade up into tomorrow more or to the end of today, I'd be kind of concerned that we're going to blast down on tomorrow. We should probably talk about that. Hold on here. Think tighter. Yeah, I'm reading this here. This is fairly easy concept to understand. L Director is saying probably waiting until Wednesday to trade like we all should, unless you're Theta. Do you know what he means by that? Does anyone know what they mean by that? Mm. The reason L Director is saying that is because binary events are typically high theta or not theta events, excuse me, high IV events. That's right. You got it. Gold star. Hold on. Theta Gang selling premium. This right here. Not only are they selling premium, but we build IV into an event, or OI, excuse me, into an event. So if you're a new trader, right? We have these things called binary events, and they can be traded. Some like an NFP. If we trade down into an FP, I will typically buy that thing on the close. We trade up to an NFP, I'll typically sell it at the close, but it has to be clean. Like we're selling hard down into NFP or selling hard up into something. Let's think about some binary events. The easy ones are typically earnings events. If you trade biotech, healthcare would be a white paper. Those are usually sell the news events for healthcare people. What are some others? Economic data that matters, or whatever the market's focused on. Right now, the market's all focused on unemployment and inflation. It's the talk of the town. It's all everybody's talking about. Another one would be a FOMC meeting, or maybe a Senate hearing, something like that. NFP is a big one. That's the Econ data one. Again, earnings. And what ends up happening is because of those events, when those events are not going on for your symbol or issue. So if you're trading biotech and you've got a white paper, you're trading that, right? If I'm trading S&P 500, I'm going to be trading econ data. I'm going to be trading earnings, or large concentrations of earnings. I'm going to be trading econ data. What else? Binary events like a Fed meeting or something like that. Treasury. Bessent speaks. Trump speaks. Any of that kind of stuff. or whoever the president is, if they trade the stock market. So I think I might have to put some puts on here. See that arrow I drew with the dotted line right there? You see that? Right here. Down is the way. I bet we park right down there. Put that up. It's the PP line right there. Oh, what did I said? Don't trust that green line right there, right? They're coming down to test it again. They're down there touching it. Hold on here. I'm gonna get some puts here. Wait for me. Ooh. Give me some puts. I probably should have got them higher. That's okay. Yeah, thanks, Greg. Appreciate it. Change to a market. Market. Market sell to close. Okay. So we have binary events, right? And so think about this: binary events, right? So when you have a binary event, let's slide it to the side. And you want to be thinking about, there's some other binary events too, but you want to be thinking about like important dates too. OPEX, expiration, month end, first week of the month, middle of the month is important. Now we typically do monthly checkbacks in the middle of the month. The prior month around the 20th. Typically, if we're in a green month, we'll rip up until about the 12th. And what else do you need to know? There are certain times of the month when a lot of people in the market, and there are certain times of the month where there are not a lot of people in the market. So I call them swimmers. You know, like who's swimming right now? Is it the banks? Is it just hedge funds? Is it dealers? Time matters, of course. Time and then dates matter as well. And there are certain time periods where there's no binary event, there's no other time or date event going on. And you can usually use your tools and rules freely in those moments. But there are other times where you cannot or you shouldn't. And those are typically binary events. And that means that, like, you'll have option interest, let's say you have like a put that is normally priced at $1. It could be priced at like $3. So first you're paying for the risk, and then second you need the realized volatility to hit. So let's say on those puts to print hard and heavy. And let's say that volatility doesn't come and the event passes, that put will dump in value. Even if the price of the market is going down, you'll see dealers coming in and repricing those options on you. And that's because option interest is leaving. Binary event has ended. You're now $3 put is now 50 cents or something like that. So oftentimes you'll find traders that step away in these events. They're like, I'm not going to trade it. I'm going to wait for the event to pass, and then get back into a position, and not open positions that do not close once that event has passed. And we're heading into one right now. Look at that, making money right now. Woohoo! Love it, making money yet again. Binary events. A trader facing a binary event, such as an earnings date on a stock they're interested in, or an FDA approval on a biotech stock, may want to shy away from that event. Coupled with short-term implied volatility, IV, a trader may still be able to make a successful trade and have the results the next morning. Anyone buying options, that's me, buying options, calls or puts may see a particular stock move in their favor and still realize a loss, as the IV is pulled out of those option premiums. The event is over and the news is out. IV is sucked out of the premiums like air out of a balloon. So how can a trader capitalize on this situation? One way is to sell an iron condor in the front month or weekly option closest to expiration. Generally, this is where IV is the highest as the back month end volatility settles down. I'll leave you with that. Hey, what's going on, buddy? Stretching it out? we should talk about capturing IV, I guess, at some point. I don't know if I want to talk about that right now, but just the idea of waiting for the event to pass. So I said to you this morning, I have us going up right at the end of the week. What I didn't tell you was we have an event, or I did tell you we have an event tomorrow. And even if we're on track for that weekly close of a high, this binary event could send us rocketing to the downside today, at least. I don't know if it's tomorrow, but today at least, we could sell this unrealized volatility that's built into the event tomorrow. Right here. I'm inputs right now. Who's saying that? Yeah, I'm inputs right now. Someone's saying, join me on the bear side. I'm already inputs right here. I said it publicly. We're going to try to catch a new low down here. This is the one that I'm interested in, is this Thursday. I don't know that we can get down here. I don't think we can get past 770.25 without an event, without the actual event. I think maybe we can get here to the close. 770.24 would be my target for the end of the day if we can get down there. We'll change this now to red. Here to yellow. We're now slipping underneath the hourly trigger, or a little bit. Yeah, volatility crush is real. If you're a new trader, I'll give you an example. There's something called an FOMC meeting, and it's when the Federal Reserve sets rates, or used to set guidance. Sometimes they do the SEPs and stuff. That event in particular lasts all day long. It starts, it literally begins in the morning. It does not end until 4 p.m. And I'm gonna give you two examples. So at a Fed meeting, options will be repriced sometimes 2 or 3 times, maybe even 4, throughout the course of a day, and you can get run right over, even when you're in the right direction. Especially if you're you could have a put that's worth $3, $4, $5, right? Comes up here. Now it's worth 50 cents. Continues to go back down to $3. And you're the guy that owned it up here at $3. You owned it at 3. It went to 5. It goes to I kid you not, it'll go to maybe 75 cents if you're lucky. This is the dealers pulling the premium out. Nobody else wants puts, and then all of a sudden it goes back down, and now it's worth $3. Let's say let's call it 4. And let's say you caught it at 4. You caught the whole entire run, and you're screwed again. So you got to be in, out, in, out. You can't just hold the trade all day long. And then there's a huge repricing at the end of the day. Another big one here too would be OPEX, especially quarterly OPEX. Quarterly OPEX, you try to use your tools and your rules, and the market's just going where it wants to. It doesn't go where it wants to go. There's reasons it goes where it goes, but you'll see traders saying, this should happen and it's not happening today, and you'll say, oh, it's because it's OPEX, and they go, that's not true. And I'm like, no, the market is driving into murdering the entire options chain. So you might be on the wrong side of that trade. Maybe just step aside, which Al Director was saying. Come on down. Close that little gap down here. They touch this. The door is open down below now. This is the daily. Check this real quick. Yeah, that was the daily. The door is now open to new lows. And our daily low, do you see we're going through it right now? You can't see that. See that right there? Tuesday, 950. New low just put in just now. Come on down, baby. Yeah, inputs right now. Come on, a little bit deeper. Deeper. Give me a big red bar down there. Flush it. Just a big red candle. No, don't hold that. I don't want you to go back up there. I just want you to be a big fat red candle. Just sweep that whole thing. There you go. Come on down. Come on down. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Just clean it up. No, 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 no. I don't want to dry. I don't want to do all this bullshit. Just get down there and clean this up. You know, I'm afraid it's going to do this. It's like whipsaw here, and then it's going to be down here. Oh, there we go. There you go. Good job. Yeah, close that one out. Come on. Oh, the fucking bears, man. You guys are posting bear shit? Hold on here, guys. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ooh. Close them. Close them, close them, close them, close them, close them, close them, close them. Close them. We're going to be dragging ass down here for like another hour and a half. Just close them. I'm warning you. That's our target right there. We hit it. I think we wicked that right there. If we did, we might sweep down one more time, but I think that's bottom right now. We can't go. Like what'll happen is we'll drag ass into this 1230. Even if we come back down here, we'll drag ass, come up here, 1230, start selling it again. Something like that. There might be. I can't tell if that's a wick or not. We might do one more down here, just to clean that last bit up. What's going on, Milky Cocoa Puff? Good to see you. Oh God, yeah, I love it. Look at that. We're gonna throw another couple of these up here. Try to shut the door. I want you to start thinking about this. If you're a new trader, I want you to think about this as being a top right here. The bears are going to try to keep us underneath this zone right here. Not this one. It's this whole like sideways action right here. So you're gonna try to shut the door up here on the bulls. This is your actual. The old sellers are right here. These are your old men sellers. These sellers here and here, I call these guys young gym bros. They like to live dangerously. They live in the FOMO. They'll come up here and attempt to sell this straight back down again. I prefer to sell from higher, like here and here. If we're ever on sell side and we're underneath the daily, underneath the hourly, you can sell from the half an hour trigger most of the time. Half hour trigger's right here. Now drop these down. There now. Hey, thanks, Cactus Leo. Thank you, appreciate that. Did you guys close them? Like what I like to keep it really simple. When I come into a binary event that could be negative, I usually, if we're not selling into that event, like straight down selling into that event for like days or whatever, a week or whatever, 2 weeks, the day before, I like to see the unrealized volatility get priced into the event. Now, if the actual event is not bearish, we will not price in unrealized volatility. So I keep it really simple, just like unrealized volatility and realized volatility. Keep it really simple. And I tend to, if I'm the bear side, like sell side, if I can, if it's available, I try to price, or I try to like walk away before the event. I'm not like trying to buy puts on the event. I'm trying to like sell down the event and then step away. Leave that to a FOMO bear. So where we've been trading higher and now we're like trading sideways and now kind of trying to roll over to price in this event, I would like to see us go to the woodshed today personally. Like drive down into the bell as deep as we possibly can go and then step away. Or potentially get long at the close calls or something like that if we can sell down into tomorrow or into the end of today. Didn't we just speak about this? I think I just went over like I have trend going up to new highs at the end of the week, but we're in a binary event. So when you're in a binary event, you step to the side as it takes place. I think L Director said the exact same thing earlier. Does that make sense or no? Just spent last hour speaking about it. Spent last hour. Were you able to watch the show? I'm fairly bearish here, guys. Into the close today, fairly bearish. Even with the projection going higher because of a binary event. Like pricing in the volatility around it. So what do you do on these days? On FOMCs, on ERs, on OPEX, any of that stuff, expiration day? Oh, really? That sucks. Traders trade some. um, so I'll give you an example. If you want to do an exercise, right? Go to Google, type in Vixpiration calendar. Go over the course of like 5 years, make yourself a chart. Make a layout for yourself for just Vixpiration, and snap a line on Vixpiration day at like 9 a.m. Snap a line and see what the price action is surrounding that day, like the day before, the day of, and the day after. No, I understand, 100%. No, I understand, 100%, Tradesome. Um, if you snap just the line on Vixpiration day for like over the course of 5 years, and then start looking at what trend was on that day or around that day, and it's kind of wild to see what happens. Like you could have a trend going. You could have a trend that's like extremely bullish over the course of a month, and then you'll just see like, hey, what happened on this day here? Straight down, straight back up. And if you do a chart that's just like OPEX, Vixpiration, you can do OPEX calendar, Vixpiration calendar, snap vertical lines, just write, I don't know, V or O, and then you could do ME and do month end. And I would snap another vertical line on like the 20th, 12th, and then maybe the Friday of the first week of the month. And maybe, yeah, all those things, month end. And you'd be fascinated to see that if we're going up or down, doesn't matter if we're going down or up, you'll notice that trend will either be changed during like a quarter end or something like that, or you'll see on a Vixpiration, this will be like a Vixpiration, a big down day, or a Vixpiration, a big up day, even though we're still staying in trend to the downside. Anyways, when you come into these binary events, you kind of like step aside and just let the event happen, and then get back into what you're doing. Or you hedge your shit until the event has passed. This is where our new flows are right here. Probably don't need to, yeah, 12 p.m., then 12:30. S1 is down here at 771.41. Another yellow line right here. So we can take this trade down maybe in here. No, I'm not going private today. So what we're going to do is we're going to do the rest of this show live, as we normally do it, for the rest of the week until Friday, publicly. And then next Monday, that show would be private. So we did the show rest of this week, and then we roll right into doing that night show next week. We have people in place, and they're just everybody's getting ready for what we need to do for this. Just like wrapping up final details, lighting. I had lights that didn't show up yesterday. I had 2 lights show up, but I'm missing lights and stuff. They said they were going to arrive yesterday, and then that's like 2 days out and stuff like that. I'm waiting on some microphones and stuff like that too. Am I not on Twitch? Yeah, here I'll just write this out. Hold on, guys. I'll explain this better. I'll just write it out for you. Here we go. The stock market show is moving time slots. to 6 p.m. The day show. Or the spy or the daily spy show. The daily show or spy show will still be available to trade the trigger members. Can I put this on the screen maybe? From 9:30 Have that right? Let's see if this will pop up here. Oh, thanks. I need that. I haven't eaten anything in like 3 days. Just put it over here. Thank you. I'm losing weight rapidly, guys. Like I'm getting weak and stuff. I really am. Am I getting sexy now? While I'm awaiting this surgery, I'm dropping weight like a madman. Where should I put this? Maybe down here. We scrunch it down a little bit. There we go. Stock Market Show is moving time slots to 6 p.m. The Daily Spy Show from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will still be available to trade the trigger members. I think that's right. Let's be a private show. I think at this point, this seems appropriate. We have to I have to deal with like algorithms and time and all that kind of stuff. I'm also going to try to get some other traders to help me with the daytime show for the community. It'll be a little bit more relaxed and chill, and then it gives me the breathing room that I need to do the nighttime show because I can't do both. Woo! Oh my God, I'm about to get paid again. No, go deeper. Deeper. Get down there. Slam into that fucking R1, please. Take another shot at it. Come on. I gotta eat here, guys. Hold on. I want to see what you got me. Does that answer all the questions? Is that a better explanation as to what's happening? We've been talking about this for months here. It's finally happening and people don't like it. They want their private spy guy only. What do we got here? Oh, I got fries. Oh yeah, blood it. Shank it. Shank it to close. Shake it. She got me at McDonald's. I haven't had McDonald's in forever. I think she loves me. What do I got in here? Oh, yeah. Yep, she loves me. I'll take it. Supporter level, that's it. Just supporter level. I think we do a lot on that free show. Like this free show, we do a ton. So we have like, there's a contingent of people that are, there's a contingent of people that are sub-sellers. They come here to sell. Hey, this is what's going to happen. And we have people that want just the SPY. That's it. Just dedicate yourself to the SPY. But financially, we can't do that here unless I start jacking up prices for members and stuff. And inflation's been raging. So I think, and then not only that, like Twitch, YouTube, all these other entities, they eventually want you to become, like they put out like 20-minute videos and shit like that, 45-minute videos. They like that primetime slot at nighttime too for the algorithms. They don't like streamers that stream 8-7 hours for stock market shit. So we are eventually rolled into having to do this at some point. So that's where we are. We've been here waiting for this for 2 months maybe. I think I started building that maybe 3 months ago, and then I bought a bunch of equipment. You see cameras back there. This is all high-end, expensive shit. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a camera. The investment's been, cost me a lot of money, so I apologize for eating on the show right now. I don't think I've ever eaten on the show. I think I've always had like a close the screen when I eat, but I don't care anymore. I'm just kidding. Mm-mm. It's not anti-glare. You can do a polarized lens on the screen of the TV. The issue is the angles of the lighting. You need to be like a 45-degree angle of the camera angle. And because I have two TVs at two different angles, it's picking up the light when I change the angle of the camera. So I got new lights that hopefully do not do that. I agree. Normally I would agree with you, but you can put a polarized lens on the front of the camera and it'll stop that glare. You don't actually need the anti-glare on the TV itself. Yeah, no, I realize that, but you can fix it at the same time from the camera side too. You can get the anti-glare on the TV, but you can just get the lens for it. You can add anti-glare film too. I looked at that, and then I just got the lens. It works. The lens works fine. It's more the angle of my lighting. I'm actually going to rip it all down here in the next day or two, and then I got new lights that are like very directional, and they're like they have the barn doors on them and stuff, so they should shoot right to my face and not shoot onto the back of me on the TV. You know what I mean? Not such a wide cast on them. They're expensive. They're not cheap. There's like a few different solutions to this. Sorry to eat on the show. I think this is going to bounce. Right there. And then we come up somewhere to right about there. Boy, this is going to suck when I'm gone. When we're not doing this publicly anymore, it's going to suck balls. I understand the anger too. Like I get it. I understand it 100%. I'm not even mad about it. I understand what the deal is here, but yeah, I'm still in. So I don't have an actual deal yet. This week, someone was saying he's insider trading and he's pumping and dumping. I'm like, I don't have any fucking deal with anybody. Like, if I have a deal, you'll see that it'll say sponsored content or whatever. In that deal, if I sign a deal, I will probably move. I don't know if I'll move. I might have to get like an apartment or something. Travel back and forth and stuff. But New York's on my short list. It's either gonna be New York City, Miami. New York City, Miami, maybe. My list is this. How about this? I'll give you the list too. Maybe we can discuss this because it's kind of a boring day, right? What we'll do here is this. Should I do maybe a poll or something? I can do a poll. Maybe I just write it over here. Let's do the short list. Number 1 is NYC. Number 2, God, it's Miami. I don't want it to be Miami, but people go there, so you can interview people there. I got to think about interviewing people. So you have NYC, Miami. I would say number 3 is LA. Number 4 is Chicago. For interviewing people. And where have I looked? I looked at Atlanta. I'm supposed to go and look at Houston and Austin. So let's just do Austin. I don't think I could live in Houston. And I also looked at Atlanta and Boston. Those aren't on the short list at this point. So there we go. Those are the choices. I think what I'll have to do is get an apartment there, leave my wife and kids here, and come home on the weekends or something like that. Or I only go there for interviews, like come into town, set up an interview, that kind of stuff. Maybe it's a small apartment or something like that. Well, if you remember, hold on here. If you are a member, hang tighter. We do post for you every day, spec growth and shitcodes in the Discord. You can trade those if you like. We're going to begin covering those on the nighttime show for you as well. Hang tight. This is my doctor. Yes.
Yeah. So Dr. Nelson's our gastrologist. Dr. Barnes sometimes. She just contacted us to let us know. Looks like Dr. Barnes wants Dr. Nelson to take over your care. She wanted you to come in the office this Friday here in Detroit.
She does. She does the correctal or whatever it's called, like a correctal cancer surgery, right? That's her specialty.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Okay. You want me to come in when?
This Friday, August 14th at 10:45 a.m.
Yes. Which office would you like me to come into? Commerce City or Detroit? Okay. Okay. Are there any procedures that I should look up or anything just so I can be educated when I speak with her? Okay. Thank you. Bye. So 10:45. My doctor's name is Barnwell, and he has a partner. It's a female. Oh, she's gonna see my butthole. This is the first woman that's gonna see my butthole. You think I should go to Chicago to the exchange? There's a lot of heavy fucking hitters in Chicago too. There still are a lot of heavy hitters in Chicago. You know, the good thing about Chicago is it's like a 1-hour flight. It's like a drive back if I really needed to and didn't catch a flight. If there was like something the most convenient, it would be stay in Detroit and commute back and forth to Chicago. 10:45 is my. So what she said was I have to do a new patient appointment for the partner. And then she's going to review this stuff with me on Friday at 10:30 in the morning, 10:45 in the morning. Fucking Christ. Get this fucking thing out of me. Yeah, that's right. Fuck it, we have sponsors. I'll eat now. My wife, No See Butthole. We don't do butt stuff together. I have had a close person in my life that did butt stuff with his girlfriend, and I was like, I can't. I don't know if I can do that. Maybe I have to be older or something. For some prostate massaging. Yeah, it's pretty good actually. You'll notice that I'm not going to eat a bunch of this. I'm going to have like just a few bites. I can't eat a full meal. You know, the fascinating thing too is the Koreans are also coming to. I just posted a chart on Koreans going all in equities. They're also moving money to the U.S. right now into the dollar. The yeah, Chicago is. I should put that on the short list. Like that should be higher up on that list. I think it's number 4. It should be way higher. Chicago's got like gangster traders too, and they're not flashy. Like Chicago's very muted in my view it is for like for like finance people. It's like where the underbelly of the finance world is. The underbelly. This let's get rid of this one. That one. Just kind of put that right there. Watch out for a squeeze. They're going to try to snap this thing up to get more liquidity to sell after 12:30. We get pinned into this for the rest of the day sideways, and they might not dump it till the end of the day. Should look like this today. Excuse me here. Should look like this. Like garbage, new low, garbage, 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 and then boom. Maybe one quick rip up here, but there's a new, just a heads up, there's a new Charles McElligott note that just came out, a new white paper. I just posted it in the Discord. You want to read that right now? I'm reading it as well. He's talking about the intervention, the gold reset. Gold is effectively acting as a pressure release valve for a market yet again worrying about a hypothetical loss of control with U.S. Treasury yields. This has to do with inflation prints as well. It's just tying in hyperscalers as well. AI capex trickle down. He's actually talking about the money sloshing around the economy as well. I think I've already told you about that anyways. I told you that the it's not it's almost like QE, but it's not. It's just the corpos are pouring money and investors are buying into like this sideline money that everybody talks about is in the markets, coming into the market. It's been coming in for all these IPOs. You'll see more of it flush in for ChatGPT, Anthropic when they IPO. You'll see new money coming in. So it's kind of like QE from corporates and from people, retail. And you also have forced buying from banks when these IPOs take place. SpaceX was forced into some indexes, so you have like banks that must buy these things. I'm just going to read some of this here. He also agrees that the China AI Cold War remains part of the Iran story. I agree with that too. Iran is a part of China. Iran, Cuba, all of it. It's all related to China. There's great fear that whoever wins that AI race is going to rule the world. Skew blowing out of multi-year levels. Here is the vol of all. So we're moving in step with pair skew. Where he ties in the hyperscaler AI debt issuance collective now, future impact on duration, the current buyer's strike with regard to locating willing buyers of U.S. government bonds, and thus the Treasury Department's forward reaction function. Regarded their own funding aspirations as, despite Bessent bluster along the way, the currently maintained legacy Yellen doctrine on twisting issuance to bills from coupon could actually extend further under the guise of market function to AI national security. I agree with that too. National security. I do think it'll get bailed out too. All these companies will become a national security concern. Saying the Treasury is playing ball with all of this, I agree. I think they will continue to, even if they lose the midterms. I don't think it matters who's in power. The AI-related issuance has been quite rate insensitive given the essential rationale long-term over horizon. If this AI supply is indeed structural, Treasury may decide that increasing issuance of long-end, high-grade supply into a well or oversupplied market is not the best interest. The taxpayer or the country, given AI national security considerations, reducing the issuance is a better course of action. Treasury could push to flatten out the pace of long-end, high-grade duration supply, using the same general strategy with a new angle, one that puts Treasury supply decisions in the broader context of rapidly evolving IG landscape. Net John is saying that despite a world where more are skeptical with regard, Treasury signing off on meaningful increases in long end sizes, there remains a modest upward skew towards issuance expectations. This comes after John had previously highlighting how Treasury opened an extremely curious two-way risk supply now, but also reduction potential via subtle language shift last week in the refunding announcements, regardless of their aggressive financing needs. So my interpretation is that the market risks underpricing the potential of a future Treasury refunding distribution shift, which extends more bills, less coupon, and even more aggressive change than most are currently expecting, and thus potential for a flattening surprise and this commingling of their long-end predicaments with fears around the bleed-through impact of the AI build-out crossing over into a world as Treasury. Be out of your fucking mind to be in tips right now or in any long-dated bills right now, unless you're demanding a much higher rate. I don't think we're done with this inflation thing, and I don't think we're done with this build out either. When the bubble pops, it ain't popping until the shit is done. That's when you actually find out which companies like. That's how you find out which one of the winners and which ones are the losers. Once it's done. And I think the Treasury is complicit as well. So a note to you out there: I will not be here 10:45 or 9 a.m. I will not be here on Friday. I said that I would be here all week. As soon as I'm done with that appointment, I will come back. I don't think they're gonna do anything to me that'll fuck me up. It'll just be like more butt stuff with fingers and geez, I got a lot of viewers today. A lot of people here. What am I doing wrong? Hold on here. Hang tight, guys. Where's that one? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One second here, guys. What am I doing wrong here? I gotta change that. many screens? Can you find out if that can? No, I mean, I'm just like a dedicated setup, maybe. Check 1, 2. I like the idea of like a dedicated setup. Let's take a look at. We're gonna look at gamma really quick. This is that short call we're talking about up here. And daily triggers your friend in here. SPX gamma. Save. There's Hertz. We charted that the other day. Well, 1 hour. Oh yeah, look at that sexy leg. Look at that, bears. We want the whole thing back. You gotta start back over here, bro. Hold on here. Ooh. Trade the trigger. Woo. My God, Bork, this is looking great. Bam. Oh yeah, why trade the trigger? Oh yeah. Focus Discord community. We need to put on all of our tools on this. Like we need to talk about all our tools here. Join now, explore features. Yeah, there's more features though. We got more shit in here. Oh, look at these tools right here. Wham. SPY. Let's do SPX. Free snapshots. Get some current real-time data. Ooh, look at that sexy. Ooh, look at that. Nice, nice, nice. Price and GEX levels. Very nice. Nice little, look at that by the dip right there. Hold on a second here, guys. Let's pull that down maybe a little bit so you can see it. Slide that over. Ooh, right there. I don't know if you can see this over here, but you can actually see where the, I don't know if you can see this, but see that nice little like, right down here, they're buying that red line and rip, 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 rip. That was nice. We're gonna go to net gamma. We're currently trading 7746.77. Oh yeah, we actually have our spot here, which is awesome. That actually shows where spot is. You see it? And just down here, you can see we're still in positive gamma down to 7600. This is the call wall on net. It's also there's also a collar up in here. We're pretty close to where that wall is, right? Here's the wall. It's roughly where the collar is. We're parked right here. So you kind of want to be a buyer like down here if possible, maybe, even maybe down here. Unless we're smashing above the call wall, we put in a couple new highs, then we can start trading that. So we got 0 dates here. See 0 date gamma. 7760. And put wall 7725, 7745. Let's chart some of this stuff out here. Hold on. Where can I put this? Okay, let's look at net. Like 7600 is the gamma flip. $7,800 is the call wall. And I put wall, excuse me, put wall, that's call wall, excuse me. Right there. I think I've said to you this week that we likely cannot get above this until September. So we can make this really easy and simple. This is where the put wall is right here. So we don't have any triggers, none of that stuff up here. You can just look at the market just like this, fairly simple. Yeah, you want to take a trade above 7,800. You want to see price, of course, go above it. Make a new high. Have triggers underneath you, right? Otherwise, what are you looking for? You're looking for some kind of pullback, right? Pullbacks to buy here, pullbacks to buy here, pullbacks to buy here. Does that make sense? Or you need this wall to come down. This wall can come down from binary events. The wall can come down from expirations. Let me give you an example of this. I think we discussed this yesterday. This was the example that I gave. You can see this is July. This is August. This is September. And what's fascinating about this is we reject right here, wham, nope, right? This is sold calls right here, 65.50. See this right here, rejection. Rejection. So when where are we currently? We're like right here, right? This also happened to be the 10th, 12th, 13th. Sold down. So you're looking to buy a dip lower. Sold down, looking to buy a dip lower. Now, I can't say that we are going to do this breakout and above 8,000, but if we were gonna, the best bet for it to happen would likely be the last month of this quarter. This is September, right? We actually broke out in that time period. Does that make sense to you? So if we now look at this one here, theoretically, you're talking about, here's the first. Here's your indicators, triggers without channels. Put that on. I expect sell flows the rest of today. Okay, so let's look at this here. Now, if you were, outside of day trading, like if you want to do 0-day calls and stuff like that, for me, what I would like would be, and this is weak right now, just so you notice that green line is weak. So for me, I would say, heading into the month end, if we're going to get over this thing, I'll take the trade above it. It's like I need to see price go above, make a new high, have this hourly velocity be a little bit stronger, maybe on a low. I could get down with something like that, like getting long here, right? But if not, and we have binary events that interrupt the direction or travel for the SPOOs and its trend up, you've only got a few chances for this. You've got you've got inflation print basically. You've got Vixpiration maybe, OPEX, month end, any of that kind of stuff. So if we're trading up here, and I just showed you an example, you should be down here somewhere, shouldn't you? Like trying to buy dips down here, right? Trade this zone here. Does that make sense? So there should be a bull down here. And you can do like little intraday shit, but I wouldn't put on a long for above this unless you're above it. Otherwise, you're waiting down here. You can do intraday trades here if you wanted, but like this is where you kind of want to buy. You want this coming up, and you want to be like ping pong, ping pong, ping pong, and then away, right? And that's your bull flag right there. So you're just like Johnny in the spot down here waiting for your opportunity this month to buy a dip. Let's look at some more 7775. Hello. This is an interesting one here. This. Theoretically, this is the support right here. And we're under it right now. This was the support to break through. My first real support is 7,700, 7,650. Man, it's a fast drop down there. 7,650. It's a super fast drop. So this is strong support, and we're under it, which is not good. This is weak. You could posit that while you're under this, that while you're underneath this, there's no real support down here. So you get down here. Check on the market really quick. We'll come back to Gamma here in just a moment. You can see us just turning up and around here. I am expecting the sellers to step in over here. We'll look for a roll from a high on 1230. If they can get this bad boy up here, look to see if we can sell this down into the end of the day. I don't know. I've heard that argument, and I kind of disagree. I mean, I kind of agree with it. I mean, I realize it's going to get rolled over, but all those chips will have other uses. Like, who pays for all this stuff? It's probably going to be like, bad accounting. Someone goes down, but they actually made it legal. They changed the rules where, like, Arthur Andersen would not implode today. They've actually since changed the rules, made it legal for what they did for their accounting. I think the U.S. government's going to step in and fund it all, or pay the debt or whatever. And then there's like other companies that'll repackage the debt, resell it. TARP. Anyone remember TARP? It'll be something like that. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Hack the planet. It's like that build out. It's going to happen whether we like it or not. The only issue I have with this build out is maybe not issue. When they built out the internet, right? You're gonna say that they didn't do this, but and they did. They didn't follow through on all of it. So when we first built out the internet, and the arguments for building out the fiber lines or the cable lines or the internet lines, I forget what they're called, telephone lines or whatever, they didn't build it like they were supposed to. It was supposed to be fiber, I think, in 1999, 2000 or whatever. They did the infrastructure build outs, but they didn't actually follow through with the promises initially. I think AI could potentially be like that. I don't think it's going to be like that, but if we don't have a breakthrough, I think we're forced into a breakthrough this time because of China. But that would be my only question. Would be like, once they're done with the build out, do we still not have AGI at that point? There is potential for that, and that of course it would be something similar where like companies start getting devalued because the build out is done. And then the actual final stage of AGI is probably going to be funded by the government or by us through taxation or something like that, national security risk. It's the same way as like you had to pay for the build out of actual fiber, even though it was promised by those companies. So, you know what I mean? Buy that or whatever. Like potentially the government could step in for the last step of AGI. So timing the top of the bubble, the break of the bubble is going to be difficult. Probably going to have to be in like durable goods, retail sales, coupled with the usual suspects. Like, are we tightening? Or are we is unemployment raging? And yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm talking about the we're discussing the build out of the internet in the 1990s into 2000. There were promises that were made that were never followed through on, but the pipeline was there. They built the pipeline out, but people only had at that time like fucking dial-up shit. And the promise was it would be fiber back then. It wasn't. They did the whole infrastructure build out, but basically they were like, fuck you, we're not doing that. We don't have the money, and companies are imploding and all this. And then some companies didn't implode, but basically we had to like double pay for that that last mile of the promise of the internet, and that last mile promise of AGI. And Miguel Legot's kind of talking about it right now, basically saying we get to the last mile of AI, and you think that the money flow is going to stop. If the money flow does stop, likely the government will step in. You and I will pay for it. Fiber is very important, especially if you're over 40. My wife just said that to me. She's like, "You're going to switch to a full fiber vegetarian diet?" I'm like, "Probably." But I got to wait until my doctor was like, "Don't worry about that right now." He's like, "Just worry about getting this fucking thing cut out of you." He goes, "When we're done," he's like, "we'll start talking about your diet and all that kind of stupid shit." I'm gonna eat a French fry right now. Yeah, the telco build out was like it's going to be difficult to see this. Like I'm assuming the monthly trigger will tell us, but there's some other shit we can look at too. But it's possible that the build out won't be complete with AI, and we'll think, "Hey, the build out's not done yet." We'll like be pointing at it saying, "Why is this thing popping?" And that kind of happened in the telco or in the internet build out too. We kind of got the shaft. You can actually look that up. That I think ATT never actually delivered fiber like they promised. It could have been Comcast, but I think it was ATT. They didn't actually deliver what they promised way back in like 1999, 2000, where like everybody had fiber. That did not happen. And they never did the last mile build outs for towns. Like I guess what they did was like they built it to your town, and then either towns or individuals had to pay out to like run the lines on your street that you're on. And the cost of that is insane. And they were actually tasked to do that or paid to do that at that time. I guess my point being is that it's going to be difficult to see the bubble burst. Where we're looking for the build up to be done, maybe to be a sign of it. I don't think they're going to wait for that. Serpent is 12:30, trying to get us deeper here, try to close out the market. I'd like to see, like to get us to 65. I don't know if we can get that today. I think we can get down here maybe into the closing bell, or just like fucking around over here till we get down there to the close. If we trade 65 today, I'll be shocked. I will. And also note that we're coming down into 770, which is going to be flows. Was it Global Crossing? I can't remember. I'm not doing this off the cuff here. I'm just doing my recollection. I'm not looking it up on Google so I sound smart or anything. I just recall that happening. I remember that time period where they promised all this shit and they just like they built out the shell of it, but they didn't deliver on what they promised at that time period. And I think it was all of these companies did that. Excuse me. What do we got here? We got 12 o'clock, right? We got 12:30. This looks like they're trying to sell here. Wait for the actual 12:30. Won't go selling just yet until we're there. If this becomes buy flows, you're going to get your ass pushed in. Don't do it. Or your stuff pushed in. I've got a target of 770.24. Yeah, I don't think we can get below. I don't think we can get below the 770.24 today. I don't think you're gonna cough up the Thursday, Friday lows of last week. You need an event. We're fairly close to a bottom right now. I think bottom is right here for the day. It's fairly close. So you got to be careful. We're still not in 1230. So if they come in here, they could still rip this thing up in here. So you can see them trying to sell it here, but if they squeeze this thing up and all of a sudden we're popping and locking to the upside. Do not fuck with these flows here at 1230. You're on the wrong side of them, you'll get smoked. Okay, Gamma. I just want to see what these flows are before we get back to Gamma. So in my view, other than day trading, if you're looking for like a larger trend or whatever, the trend is higher. But even though the trend is higher, there's opportunities here. There's an opportunity on inflation. There's an opportunity on Vixpiration. There's an opportunity on OPEX, and there's an opportunity on month end to buy a dip. And I think that's the key. Let me look at the economic calendar real quick. Hold on there. We'll get back to this Gamma stuff. So we got inflation. Let's go look at this. So you have an inflation print right here. If you're talking about binary events, Wednesday right here, there's an inflation print for a binary event. OPEX is right here. There's OPEX. So these are all sources of volatility. I think L Director said this morning, he said, I'll come back. This is strong support up here, but we're below it. And I've got us going up here into the end of the week. I've got us going up over here too. But even though I do, we've got some volatility in here. If there's an ability to get down here, either up down there to go up there, or down here to go up there, or even down here to go up there, or even month end, you kind of want to be like Johnny and the Spot guy over here waiting. So you're like, hey, why does Cap have us going up here? And yet we have binary events, right? So you have to respect these things within here. Let's start to try to draw in our 0 dates. $7.76. Tuesday is what? This Tuesday, right? $7.72. Right there. That's the worst, I think. Max Pain is 7725. That's Max Pain. 1 date. We've got 7670. This is worst case scenario. We also have, excuse me, 7800 is glaring as well. Dates. This is Thursday. No, wait a minute. This is Wednesday. Thursday, right here. Potential to go up there. We don't have to, but this is the low target. This is the high target on tomorrow. 775. That's 2 dates. Yeah, so like just kind of putting around in here. 3 dates for Friday, 7675. We're kind of just fucking around in here into Friday. This is the expected move, at least on short-term gamma. Down here, back up here. Now, if we get unrealized volatility, this is like priced in to potentially trade that. If everybody freaks out on Thursday or on Wednesday morning, oh my god, we got a bunch of hikes, we can then trade unrealized volatility. So this map can change, but currently the gamma map shows us doing something like this. And tomorrow, and then right back up in a Friday close here. And so this can kind of show you that idea behind if you have a volatile event, that this could provide the deepness that you're looking for to get long. If that makes any sense. If you're going to sip that, you can. Looks like whatever this event's going to be, no matter what it is, we'll get sucked back up into the strong support up here. Could be Friday if we actually realize volatility tomorrow. They would kill this on Friday, and then we'll find out what the new gamma regime is for next week. What is this? What are you saying? Global Crossing became level 3, which became CenturyLink, which became Lumen. Still traded on them all the entire time. I've done very well with the various mergers, buyouts. Still own a shit ton too. All profit at this point. Hell yeah. Your hourly trigger? What are you guys saying with the hourly trigger? Who's going long? Nobody should be going long. Should not be going long. Should be selling. Oh, I like that weekly look back there, Bork. On perform on gamma. I just saw that for the first time. We have weekly look back on SPY, SPX, and QQQ. Tighter, guys. What is that? Oh, nice. My buddy won a Michelin award. He's going to the winner's brunch in Las Vegas, Fontainebleau. Hold on here. And I don't know, like, there's a whole wall right here. Think tighter, guys. Got 1, 2, 3 here. Theoretically, they got to hold this right here. I don't know if I believe that, but kind of need kind of need to hold this here to get that fifth wave. This is the fourth wave right here. I just don't know how high I can go. I mean, it can actually go to here. Maybe down there. That's gonna be a tough fucking sell over there. This could be something that's like this here too, you know? Just be like literally we could grind this like just grind. Like grind this, new low, grind this, new low, grind this. Half hour trigger comes down. There's your half hour trigger right there. I'm trying to give worst case scenario here. There's your half hour trigger right here. You can make an argument, new low maybe. Then right back up here and then try to slam us back down over here. Now it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Do you see it now? 1, 2, 3. Maybe you get a new low. 4, and your fifth wave's over here. I think you're going to be lucky to get this over here. This could be after the bell, too. It could be in here like 350 or after the bell. This is going to be a hard sell down here. This will not be easy. In my view, it's going to be difficult to get down there. I think even getting over this is that's gonna be hard. That's gonna be hard to get down there. Maybe just a little bit of risk off behavior from traders could do it, but I don't think we can get under it because of that Thursday, Friday they'll buy it again. Yeah, I've got the stuff here in that telco stuff. Public dissatisfaction stems from historic telecom deregulation and tax incentives in the 1990s and 2000s. Major providers like AT&T received favorable regulatory relief and tax breaks under the promise of widespread high-speed digital deployment. But millions of rural and DSL-reliant customers were left waiting decades for actual fiber upgrades. The core controversy was broken promises. Listen to this closely because you want to think about AI in the same kind of a way. Broken promises. Policy analysts note that starting with the Telecommunications Act of 1996, broadband providers avoided heavy utility price regulation by committing to aggressive infrastructure rollouts. The relief versus the delivery. Rather than direct cash payouts for every address, companies often received state and federal tax exemption, local right-of-way access, and deregulatory freedoms that critics argue outpaced actual last-mile construction. Slow copper phase-out. Millions of legacy copper and DSL customers remained unupgraded for years because providers prioritized high-return metropolitan and new housing developments over costly rural builds. Current expansion efforts. That's today. New targets. AT&T continues to scale its fiber footprint, targeting millions of additional customer locations backed by ongoing corporate capital allocations and recent federal tax policy adjustments. Accountability. State and public utility commissions and local municipalities regularly field complaints regarding unfulfilled local coverage. Now, that's even today, 2026, 26 years later. So there's even like this back end of AI. You're just wondering, like, the companies that fail to deliver what they promise, even if some of them are too big to fail, I guess what I mean by that. Does OpenAI become a public utility to some extent? Do you know what I mean? And yet may not have to deliver AI for decades. There's potential in that. Oh, hell yeah. Thanks, brother. You know what I was thinking about was when they go to the front page of our website, they can't see that we have all these other tools inside. So I kind of want them to be able to see all those tools, like a pill that just says, we have got this, we got that, we got this. Because you got some gangster shit, man. You got some really, really gangster stuff. Your trade calls have been killer too. I've been watching them every morning. It's fire, bro. I had to go spend money with my attorneys yesterday. Kind of sucked. That's the whole ATT thing. Should I just draw this in, maybe? I shouldn't. I don't think I have to draw this in, but the way is lower. So we've got PPI, we've got retail sales. That's August 14th. Those should be fine. FOMC minutes are the 19th of August. That's not a big deal. Claims are on the 20th. That's a knee-jerk reaction thing. PCE is the 26th. That could be the other source of the last dump into the end of the month. So on that map that I have in here, when I showed you the dump in 2025, the end of the month, PCE comes in flaming red fucking hot. Just like, inflation, you get a nice swing lower to buy the dip. Keep that date in mind. PCE on August 26th. On the 28th, we get NFP. That could be the other source of it. Sell down into PCE and NFP. That's August 28th. Tether, guys. I don't think we can rug this yet, S'more. I think we're gonna dick around over here for like the whole afternoon. I think we're just gonna fuck around and then eventually fucking flush it. Hold on, let me look at something here. BG. See what they're doing. Yeah. There's some nice new highs. They are looking pretty good here. RBRK. Things Urban faces off right now, but it needs to put a new high. RBRK is trying to squeeze off and put in a break above $100 right now. Still like that on a pullback. I like NP better than RBRK for daily. Also, check out Beta for a daily cross on the weekly trigger. Pull back to that. They're closing a gap currently. Also, check out Hinge. They're looking to go vertical. They haven't done it yet, but they're about to go vertical. HNGE. Oh, dude, look at this one right here. Look at this one right here. And this is HTFL. If you want to see something similar, see this right here. This is the crossing up. This is the crossing up. This one ripped fucking faces off. You'd expect this one when this daily trigger comes up, you're gonna expect this to move. This is ticker symbol HTFL. Pump and dump. Christ. I'm being paid by this company to tell you to buy it right now. Fucking Christ. Kidding. Someone's like, I'm going to clip that and like shave off the back end when he says that and just make it seem like he's doing this shit. This is a HTFL. And you've got a daily trigger racing up on that weekly. You've got a big cluster here. Back to the main screen. Trying to trade 769.80. Do note that when we come down here, we're going to hit 770 and stuff. Kind of near a hard bottom here. This one here. Also check out Loar, LOAR. And that one's just running like a motherfucker too. NAVN just goes up. Same thing with life. Check that one. It's a little long in the tooth, that one. UMAX a little long in the tooth too. It needs to come back down. SLDE. Sorry, Liam, I missed what you were saying. I'm just reading it right now. Hang tight, guy. Liam, if you're still here, everything is going great. So we've been talking about this for months now. What we are doing is launching a nighttime show, and I've been kind of sick here the past 6 or 7 weeks or something like that. I appreciate saying wishing me well. So it's been slowing down the rollout of this show. Being sick, but I just got word yesterday that they're going to cut it out of me like soon. This week, next week. They did just this morning tell me they're going to hand me off to a different surgeon. So I got to go do the rigmarole with her, and then they cut this thing out of me. But the show, we're not ending the show. The show is going to be going on, the daytime show, but it's going to be behind a paywall on the website, tradethetrigger.com. It's subscriber level. What I can't do is I can't do both shows. I don't think a human could do both of those shows. Like it's like 7 hours during the day and then another 45-minute show at nighttime with research and editing and all that kind of stuff. So what I need to do is I'm gonna make the daytime show private, and it's gonna be partially self-guided. I'll be here for like the inflection points and stuff. Like I'll be here for like 10:30, 12:30, the close, and then I'm gonna have other traders sit in on that show. So that goes behind a paywall, and then the daytime show or the daytime show becomes the nighttime show. So the stock market show it just moves to the nighttime, and it's more of market coverage. So we're going to be looking at the majors. We're going to be looking at crypto and oil and gas, and then we'll look at spec growth and shitcos and that kind of stuff. So the show's not ending; it's just being reformatted for nighttime. And to make sure that I'm taking care of our members, we're going to have some kind of a spy show on during the day, but it's way less involved than this is. Yeah, we're gonna get tumor ice balls too. I have like a really rare tumor. Supposedly it's only precancerous, but they don't know. They think there could be cancer. It didn't eat through my rectum wall, which is awesome. It is falling off right now. It's getting so large it's beginning to fall off. I could die. My surgeon was like, you gotta be really careful the next week or whenever until the surgery. Because I could bleed out if it rips off and doesn't heal as it's ripping off. What else? So everything's going great, man. It's just a matter of being sick. We've expected this rollout. Some people are pissed about it, but we're just not going to do that daytime stream anymore. It's just too much. It's just like too much to be doing. Oh, right on, brother. I don't know if they're like So I was talking to my wife last night, and I had said to her, I said, "Be careful here, guys. This is very like squeezy. Be extremely careful here." Um, I was telling my wife last night, and I was like, "She's like, how are you gonna get the fucking tumor?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm gonna ask them to freeze it for me. If they say no, maybe get a picture with something for size comparison, like my foot or something, and like how big is the tumor versus my penis or something like that, and if we take a picture of it, then we could probably kind of have AI take a photo of it and try to round it off for me and whatever, like figure out what the other sides are. And then we'll do a 3D model of it. We're going to give it away. We're starting a merch store right now too. And so maybe that'll be the first merch that we have, and we'll give it away to our members that ask for it. And I'm getting ready to buy some calls here. Anybody else? I'm ready to fucking buy here. Fairly close to it. So that'll probably be our first item. Give some away just so we can kind of mark this moment. The good news is that from all of my tests, like they've tested everything. And I've done I even had a 3T Tesla MRI. Went to a research institution for it, and my doctors do say that he's like, when we get this thing out of you, like, you're very healthy. Like, you can live forever. There's nothing in you. There's no cancers. There's no other disease. We couldn't find shit. He's like, you should live a long life. So, unless I have a fucking stroke from stress or something, they did talk to me about putting me on that stuff. I don't take anything. On no drugs. I do take Cialis for dick pills, but I don't need them. Like, I don't take the Cialis because I can't get hard. I take it because I want to go 3 or 4 times. I want to go like I was 16 again. So he did talk about that. He was like, your stress level's a little too high. You get high blood pressure during the day. But other than that, he's like, you got nothing to fear. So I do have to do the colonoscopies more frequently and stuff. But other than that, catching that stuff, whatever I do catch, like he was talking about my prostate, and he was like, even if you got if you got cancer in that prostate, you would still be dying at 80 or 90 years old. So I was like, cool. So they looked at my prostate, they looked at all my organs, stomach, intestines, looked at my fucking kidneys, you name it. And my dad is still alive. He should be dead, and he's still alive today. He had his whole stomach cut out. They cut his whole stomach open, stapled him closed. Then he slipped discs in his back, and he He slipped discs on his back, and they shaved bone off his ass and packed it on his spine. So he's got like massive nerve damage in his legs. He smoked his entire life. He drinks like a fish, smokes weed. He was even an opioid addict at one point when he slipped the discs in his back. He was on a couch for like 3 years. He was really fucked up from getting hurt, and he's still alive. Guy's in his fucking mid to late 70s. So, you know, and he's done so much. He's got Agent Orange. He was in a war. He was blown up in Vietnam. I kid you not. And so like this guy's still alive. Yeah, that's one that gets everybody. He said that to me. He was like, you know, he's like, if you live to be that old, he's like, it's probably going to be pancreatic cancer that kills you. He was like, that's the one that'll eventually get you one way or another, unless maybe if we have medical breakthroughs at that point or something. So right now, I'm counting myself as pretty fucking lucky. Yeah, I think it's terminal, right? If you get pancreatic cancer, it's terminal. It's usually the one that gets old people. Like if you don't get any other cancer, I think it's usually pancreatic that gets men, or at least men. If they live to be like 80 or 90 years old and shit like that. And there's a host of other shit that can kill me, like dementia, stuff like that, or at least make me sick too. And I have arthritis and stuff. I banged myself around as a younger guy. That shit'll probably bother me forever. Yeah, I think I'm with you on that. I heard you, trend loser. I heard it, brother. I'm gonna sell parts of my tumor? No. So what I'm trying to do is get either the tumor itself and freeze it and bring it home so I can mold it into an ice cube mold, 3D print it. Or I'm going to take a picture of it with something for size comparison, like my penis. And then we'll measure my penis. Or I'll put a measuring tape against it or something. Maybe they can like roll me over on the bed or something, put the tumor next to my penis with a measuring tape. And then what we'll do is I'll make a mold, an ice cube mold, so you can do like one ice cube for your drink and have it as a conversation piece, not amongst the women, of course. You do this stuff privately, your boys or whatever. But like, I know this dude, and fucking this guy just went through goddamn cutting a tumor out of him on the goddamn TV, and he made a fucking tumor of his fucking from his body, like a collage. Should be like something I can 3D print, right? Pop it off, 2 sides to it. You fill it up with water. It's got a couple a weep hole or whatever for pressure and stuff. And then fucking, I'm gonna give it to members, like members in our Discord and on our website and shit. And if they want one, I'll ship them one. That should be the first item we have in our store. And the rest of them will go from there. Hack the Planet's like, this is terrible. It's a bad idea. It's original. And then yeah, we should have a merch store at that point too. Fuck yeah, 100% bunga bunga. If he actually gives me the fucking tumor, I'm probably gonna light the fucker on fire. Gasoline and shit. Die, goddammit. Die. Or put it in a jar and put it on a shelf back here so you guys can see it. Let me check and see if they'll give it to me. Let me just look it up. Can my surgeon give me the tumor? This is so macabre. This is so black fucking humor right here. I'm like Mel Brooks. Can my surgeon give me the tumor after he or she cuts it out? No, your surgeon cannot hand you the tumor right after it's cut out. The tissue must immediately go to the pathology lab. Okay. They examine the tissue. They must follow a strict chain of custody and biohazard safety preservation limits. Standard hospital pathology preserves tissue and chemicals like formalin and paraffin blocks, rendering the cells dead. What happens later? In some rare cases, after pathology tasting is fully complete, patients can request the release of the remaining tissue. They heavily restrict this, though. Okay, can my surgeon take a picture? Take a picture of my tumor after removed. That would work too, like in the pan or something. Oh, yeah. Okay, it says that they can. So on Friday, I will ask my surgeon if he'll take a picture of it, if they put it into like a bowl or something, and just snap a photo of it and tell me the size of that container or something like that. So we can get a picture of it. It says that we can. I have to ask him. I'm keeping a good attitude about this. Yeah, attitude is everything. My attitude was pretty shitty here for a minute. I was very fucking scared about my daughter. My youngest daughter I feel like she's too young that I can't miss the next 3 years of her life. But I would probably live that long, probably even if I was terminal or something. Hopefully, although my tumor is rare and aggressive. It's super aggressive. It's super rare. It's a very dangerous tumor to grow. You think I need to sign an NDA or something for the tumor, maybe, or for the picture? Send it out to family Christmas cards. I should do that. Or like, we have a family calendar. Maybe just like cut and paste the tumor and just have it like hiding in the landscapes of our ranch. Colon cancer is the most curable. It's the kind that I have that's the problem. The length that it's been in there. Like the fucking thing's been in there for like 2 fucking years, man. Like these fucking doctors missed it, bro. Like they fucked me. Like they were fucking hella scared. Like it, I was so I've been asking these guys to look at this shit for at least 2 years, if not 3. Um, they fucking missed my cancer, bro. I was pretty pissed about that. I don't know about the Automod. I know that Bork's in there fucking with been fucking with the Automod recently. And I know YouTube did the same thing. YouTube changed their Automod, what they allow recently, the last month or so, 3 months or something. YouTube made some changes as well. It'll probably be the only item in the store bestseller, a fire hazard. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Just take a picture of it in the bowl. It says that I have to ask the surgeon, like when I see him or her on Friday. We are plunging here. We are looking for a trade to. I figured it would take all day long, but we are taking a trade down here to 769.85. This is the target right here. You can see it. We've been buying puts all day long. I don't have a set of puts in here. I was afraid of a squeeze here, so I didn't touch it. Wasn't my favorite trade. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Tippy? What's going on, brother? What's up, motherfucker? Good to see you, bro. What they're saying here is that it's a biohazard. Like there could be like number one, that's a biohazard. Number two, they do want to do the autopsy on it to see if there is cancer in it because they couldn't. They said when it's so big, when they took the test on it, they probably just pricked it. And the doctor was like, "We got to get in there and see if there's anything left in there." So I could still have the cancer diagnosis come out from that tumor. They did detect precancerous cells, and I think they want to test it. Is that what it is, Damien? What's up, Damien? Good to see you, brother. Saying that they have to diet. Probably, huh? I'm assuming they got to do a bunch of tests on it afterwards. Okay, so that's a good question. I got asked that last night. I had to go see attorneys yesterday. So because I can die quickly like this, I made some changes to my will. And it's not just, it's like a will and a bunch of other stuff like power of this, power of that, power of this. And somebody mentioned an NDA in here. I had to check some stuff too for business and stuff yesterday. Anyways, I was with them. They were asking me the same question. They were like, how did you know? So I live well, but like my health is fairly good. And I've lived a very healthy life. Even though I indulge in things like I exercise, I eat well, I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't actually drink a lot, but I will get very loopy when I'm drinking because I don't sleep a lot. I work a lot, so a few drinks and I'm like fucking shit faced. So I've lived a very good life. My point behind this is I've never sat behind a desk for my entire life. I didn't spend my whole adulthood sitting at a desk. In times I did, but I was still very active, like up, running around, standing desks, all that kind of shit. So 2 or 3 years ago, I was at Movement, the music festival, and I have had regular poops, like normal poops and stuff, and I like caught a case of diarrhea or something, and from that point forward, I started having irregular bowel movements. Now I went to the fucking doctor about this about 6 months to a year later when I think it was the first time it was like 6 months. They couldn't detect anything. Then like a year passed and they did a digital exam, couldn't feel anything. Now, I wasn't eligible for, this is where it gets tricky. I was ineligible for an elective colonoscopy. And then I became eligible for a colonoscopy if it was referred from my doctor. Now I'm eligible just to get a colonoscopy without a referral. Because by age, I can just go say I want a colonoscopy. So there's this like in between moment where if the digital exam method, which is the finger, doesn't show proof anything, that they would not cover a colonoscopy for me. So my bowel movements became more and more restricted. They did run like a blood test on me, a bowel test on me, but never gave me the colonoscopy. And this last time, it's been getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And so this last time I came back from a trip, I was down in Georgia, and I got home and I had multiple problems going on. I couldn't tell if I had an edema or if I got injured. But I was down there fucking around. I was swimming. I was jumping off the back of boats and shit. I was climbing through islands and water and shorelines and stuff. And so I'm calling this done here. There might be one more in here, but this trade is this right here. You might get one more up and down in this. Move this one right here. This could take a minute to work itself out. Call that done. Anyways, what happened was I was getting sick. My edema, I had an edema. I was stuck on a tarmac for like 6 fucking hours, or 3 hours, and 3 hours flying. And I didn't recover fast. I recovered very slowly. And then I watched my family members get sick, and they all recovered quickly. So like I went to an ER for the edema, then I went to a minute clinic for the sickness, and I wasn't improving. So I went to my GP, and I'm like, listen, something's really fucking wrong here. Like, I'm not recovering from being sick. Like, my body is now telling me something's really wrong. And I've had rapid weight loss. Like, rapid. and I'm not eating. My body's telling me not to eat. I'm like, I got some real shit going on here. I don't know what the fuck is. Please stick your finger in my ass one more time. And so he did, and I pushed. Like I like, literally physically like I was hunched over like trying to take a shit. And the little thing like popped down and he touched it. And he freaked the fuck out. He was like, "Oh shit." He's like, "You have something up your ass." I'm like, "Fucking man, I've been telling you about this for 2 fucking years." And all along what I should have done was I should have just gotten a fucking colonoscopy and paid for it. So the idea here is that if you're like 40 years old, maybe 45, maybe like 40 years old, you do one. At 45, you do 40. At 45, you do another one. And I would definitely pay for it if your insurance tells you no. I'll just go to private medicine, Google search it, and I would just pay the $500 and get it out of your way, get it done. Do it every 5 years until your insurance covers a regular yearly or 2-year colonoscopy. And I'm a healthy guy, so this is because of my lifestyle. You know, like I'm a healthy guy, but I still have a lifestyle of, drink booze, fucking eat barbecue, drink champagne, drink great bourbon, all that kind of stuff. Go to like fucking high-end restaurants, fucking Michelin restaurants, and I'm eating 18 courses. So if you live a good life and stuff like that, you are prone. All the meats like the pepperoni and the pastrami and the ham and the fucking bologna and hot dogs and all that garbage shit you put inside of yourself, like that good living shit. That's fair too. Big Balls made a point. He said, if I had done butt stuff with my wife once in a while, I would have caught it way earlier. Fact. Or it would have ripped off. So, and I don't have colon cancer. I've got this really rare tumor. I'll read it to you of what it is. So what I have, I'll tell you exactly what I have. I've got I have a adenoma, adenoma, with only villus, villous component. So you could Google that if you would like. Again, it's a adenoma, villus component. If you look it up and Google search it, it's a very rare form of a tumor that is can be very aggressive and quickly turn into cancer. And they were afraid of a few things. They were afraid that we missed the biopsy and the cancer, that the precancer wasn't just it. There might be cancer cells. They were afraid that it had eaten its way through my rectum, which it didn't. And they were afraid that it might have attached itself to my lymph nodes, which it didn't. Now this thing is fucking huge. Or that I had was, I have rapid weight loss going on right now. So what that looks like is you don't, or to me, I have no want to eat. It's almost like Wegovy would be. I've never done Wegovy, but I have no want to eat anything. I can literally walk around right now for like I have to, like I'm asking my wife, like, can you please check on me and just ask me when I ate last? Because I will forget. So like right now, if I don't say, hey, I haven't eaten in a few days, I need some food or something, then I just won't eat. So I'm dropping like 2.5, about 2.5 to 3 pounds a week right now, somewhere in there, 2.5 to 3 pounds. I've dropped at this point 46 pounds, something like that, like 46 pounds I've dropped. I'm like rapidly losing weight. I didn't notice it at first, but I notice it now. Now it's glaring. And I was out yesterday with attorneys. These guys only see me every few months. And they said it to me last night. They were like, "Holy fuck, bro." They're like, "You're fucking like you're like you're going to die." I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "That's what's happening right now. I'm dying. I'm literally dying." Like fucking that's what's happening. So I'm going through that right now too. Still, I still have that symptom. Like what symptoms that I have? One of them is rapid weight loss, and you barely notice it. It's not something where like you're starving, like oh my god, I need to eat but I can't. You're like your brain like shuts off. Your brain is like, sorry, we can't process that amount of food. We're gonna tell you how much to be hungry, and it's bizarre and wild. Yeah, I did talk to I talked to another buddy yesterday as well. I needed a witness. I needed a witness to change my will, and he came out and helped me last night to sign it. And he was like, well, he works out every day. He's like, dude, he's like, the moment you're done, he's like, and you're healed. If you want, we can start working out together. So I'm just gonna hang out with that guy and try to get my health back on track and recover from this bullshit. Try to stay slim. And matter of fact, I only put this weight on during COVID. I always maintained a weight of 100, or no, I was 160. So I'm 6'1". I'm legitimately 6'1". With heels, I'm like 6'2". So what I think I'm gonna get some calls here. Let me get some calls. Let's see. Let's get some fucking calls here. I want to get some calls. Give me some spooze calls. How high can we go here? If I get calls, I'll let you know. I gotta see this thing get beat right here. I need to see this like break higher. Try to pick that up right here. So was I talking about? I don't know what I was talking about there. 770, 771. Those are 66 cents. 772. They're saying go up there. I agree. I need to put a market sell on this shit if it burns. There we go. I'm in some calls. I'm in 772s. Now I got to be careful here. Some stops right there. Remember, we have not beaten this prior high, so I'm a little early here. Very dangerous. Don't follow me. This is a very high risk trade. Like VIX has no, look at that. Like VIX has zero volatility right now. It looks like it wants to pump, but just not yet. Oh yeah, my sorry, my weight relevant to height. So sorry, I'm like looking at a position here. I got to sell out of this if I don't want to lose any money on this trade, so I got to be watching this closely. My height versus weight. So until I was until I was about 40 years old, I weighed 165 pounds, and then I put on some like old man weight. I was floating around 185, 190. 165 means I was ripped, like very proportionate, beautiful, very low percentage of body fat. And at that time, I was still in the military, then getting out of the military. I went back in the military for the reserves and shit in my 20s for another 8 years. So that put me in my 30s, and I remained healthy until I was about 40. I still was healthy at 40, but I did put on like old man weight. So I went to like 185 to 190 into COVID. During COVID, I went from 190 to 260. Now, also, I was building houses then. So I was learning how to build houses. So, like, like moved to Detroit. I didn't know how to roof a house. So I started like carrying bundles of shingles and shit. And I was lifting this and lifting that and 2x4s and 2x6s and putting roofs on and fucking ceilings in, you name it. So like started jacking up. First time in my life I had ever jacked up with like muscle. So I'm like jacked now. I gotta find a picture of that. It's wild if you look at a picture. Hold on a second. Can you look for the picture of when I got voted? You know, I'll find it. I got a picture of me at that time period when I was building houses. I looked like a fucking brick shit house. I was like wide as fuck. Yeah, with my beard and shit. Like I was jacked. And like COVID hit. And then like COVID was like, sorry, buddy, you can't do anything anymore. So I started making like bread and fucking pasta and fucking my wife and fucking skiing and just like hanging out and fucking around and trading the stock market, of course, all that kind of shit. And it all turned to like fat. So my peak, I think I was at 260. Huge. Not fat. I wasn't fat, but I was big. And the muscle had turned to fat. So I was like puffy looking. So then I fought off like 20 pounds of that. Shaved off like 20 pounds of that. That took me to 240. And then I've fought since then. I've fought to shed the from the 240 to the 190. And now I'm just like melting pounds off. I'm just like shedding weight like crazy. So I think I'll be close. I think if I get done and get healthy, I think I can get to like a nice lean muscular 190, 185 or something like that. And, I'm comfortable with that weight. I feel good at that weight. I think for my age, and the other thing too is I have two uncles that are 10 to 15 years older than me, and I watch how they are. And as they've gotten older, they've shed most of their middle-aged weight. They're all very slim older men. They have no belly, no nothing. So, but one of them runs marathons and stuff. I'll never be able to run a marathon ever again. I can do 5Ks and stuff, but my body breaks down. Like my knees are all fucked up, and I got arthritis. I've broken my foot. My knees are gone. I've got joint problems and stuff from hiking, biking, skiing, surfing, all that kind of stupid shit. Army, sports, soccer, skiing. So, anyways, if I could maintain like 185, 190 for until maybe my testosterone kicks out or something. They better not fucking park us here. I'll be pissed. This looks like they're parking us here to dump it at the end of the bell. At the end of the bell, you know they want to get underneath this if they can. I don't think they can get under this until closer to the bell, or they want it right now. You see that? My stops are in here, just so you know. I do have a finger on a market sell button if we start dumping again. So I think that for me would be good. 6'1". Let me look that up and see what that is for my age here. Look up what is a healthy weight? How much should I weigh? Is that what it is? Oh, you want me to weigh 180? I see how this is, bitch. Yeah. Yeah, my current weight is likely to and I bet that a BMI calculator wants me to be 165. What I did to be 165 was insane. It was insane. I was working out twice a day. I was constantly active. I had no time to eat. I ate one meal a day. I drank water all day long. I was extremely active at that time. I would think that I would either need to be in that lifestyle or I would need to be getting older where my body does not require that much energy anymore. You know, like my brain's slowing down, it's not growing anymore. And maybe I'm losing testosterone and stuff like that. For me to get back down 165, I think I need to be fucking old and frail. I'm dragging knuckles, dude. I struggle with it. And I have big feet too. I've got a size 12 and a half foot. I can wear a 13. If I wear Italian shoes, I'll wear like 15 sometimes. Not 15s, 14s. If it's a pointed shoe, Italian shoes or like Korean shoes or a Mexican fucking boot. So I think like if I can get down like 185, 190, maintain that, I'll be a happy guy. Especially like shaving off this COVID weight. I fucking struggled. I struggled. Once I put that weight, I'll tell you what, I've never known myself to be fat. That COVID weight, I have hats off to anybody that can get rid of that weight. It's not easy. It's not fucking easy to lose weight. And I never went on Wegovy or nothing like that. Going higher now. Oh yeah, look at that. Hey, check it out. I got another winning trade. Woo! Another winning trade. What am I right now? 6 for 6 in 2 days? Right? No losers, right? That's 6 for 6. Man. Six for 6 public winning trades. Man, I'm like a laser beam right now. Got a nice new high right there. That's nice. Can we get a nice back test and go up a little bit higher? No, I'm not out. I'm still long. I'm in it. I want the, well, you want to see what I want it to do? I want it to do this. So I'll explain this better. You have this one right here. I don't do the in and out thing like everybody else does. Sometimes I do. But on the stream, I don't. I tend not to in the stream. This one right here. That's another target right there. There's another target for speed bump right here. And there's one more. There's one more you could call it. We could call it right there. It's slightly higher, but this is the danger track. The warning track right there. Okay. So what am I trying to do here? I want to see this pierce. This is called the look above. Do you see it? Do you see how this did not fail? That's a look above. So I'm looking for that because I want to trade this here. I want to trade that look above. I don't care if we stop here or down here. Don't care. I want to hit this one right here at least. And I'll consider getting out on this one. Now this one could push to here. I should just draw it to here. Now this one could push to here. And then backtest all this, and then maybe fail this right here. So you can decide what you want to do. I'm pretty bearish in the close too. Time is not on our side here. So let's look at this. This is 14. This is 2:30. This is 3 p.m. Now I do expect at some point, depending upon time, that any of this could fail. So here's my posit. I would not normally have bought where I bought, but we did get the new high. If we get a successful backtest here or here, this should be the best part of the trade. I'll try to exit somewhere in here in case they do roll us down or we start bouncing around, fucking around in here. They just pin us in so we go down. And I am pretty bearish into the close, so if you want to know what I think in this, you want to see it? It's just a short-term trade. NBIS. Haven't we talked about NBIS before? I swear we have. Fucking Mike Barry's short. If Mike Barry just fucking went long during fucking 2001 or 2000 or 1996 and just stayed fucking long to today, he'd be rich. That guy couldn't fucking hit the side of a barn if he begged. And you guys all subscribe to, which is even funnier. It's a pretty neat exit strategy for him. What up, yo? I'm long. I'm long, bro. I know. You can actually see how many people subscribe to him. I'm shocked by it. My mind is blown by that. And not only that, he's probably paid by sell side research. So like, you have to look at this like this. Like, if anyone's an actual finance guy here understands this. A lot of you guys aren't going to understand this. Like if you're a retailer, you might not understand this. Like finance guys or gals or whatever, they try to pick a track and for their career, and then they look for exit strategies out of their career. Oftentimes because they're very stressful, they're very time consuming. Like finance guys, the ballers, they work fucking 18-hour days. I work like that. They work monster fucking days. But when you get to this age, like my age, you start saying, dude, I can't do 18 hours. How about 14? How about 12? And that's more in line with what I'm trying to be at this age. Like a 12-hour day for me is about right. But you got to remember, I wake up at 4 a.m. I fucking wake up at 6. I wake up at fucking 8 a.m. You guys see me late night, right? I work till fucking all hours of the night. I'll sleep like in the afternoon. I'll take a quick nap, like 2-3 hours, and then I'll wake back up and start working the night shift for myself. I actually do like a day shift and a night shift for myself. It's like finance guys. This is what they do, right? We'll talk about Mike Barry really quick. So they look for exit strategies as they get older. Now, for me doing finance influencing, right? Some of that falls into what I do. I've never done it, but guys will look for like an investment banker might look to switch to like that's called IB. They'll switch to IR, which is investor. It's investor relations, not investor research. It's called investor relations. Investor relations, you can do just market awareness. As a matter of fact, as a finance influencer, I could have, let's say, like Bookmap, which is not any of this, right? They're just like an industry. Bookmap is like an industry provider of services. So maybe Bookmap would pay me for awareness of Bookmap. So what they would say, what Bookmap would say to me would be, because they did offer me a partnership at one point, a big one, not an affiliate, like a partnership, like we'll pay you for awareness on Bookmap. And when they offered me that, they said, all we want you to do is just highlight the features of Bookmap. So I'd do a segment each day and say, let's go through Bookmap. These are all the cool tools. Sign up here. Here's a discount code. Another track that I could take would be where I do IR stuff, where I do awareness. And I can legally do that, where I just do awareness about a company. Like, be aware of this company over here, but you can buy it, sell it, or whatever. I'm not being paid or anything to do that. And then there's buy side and sell side research. He probably gets paid also from sell side research. And so instead of IR, you're looking at like sell side research. He's constantly short. So he gets paid because that motherfucker's always short. So even if he's wrong, he's allowed to get paid by sell side research extra money. So maybe you and I, Charlie Miguel probably gets paid by sell side research more than likely, or from his newsletter or from Nomura. But like sell side research can pay you too, especially if you're always short. And what they want is they want market awareness for why you could be short. Like, what are the potential catalysts to make something go to the zero? But that doesn't make it fucking so. And that's where the poison comes in. Like, the poison for Mike Burry, in my view, is that he's probably getting paid by sell side. If I had to guess, allegedly, I'll say that too. I am alleging, even though I don't have any proof, that Mike Burry probably gets paid. There's a fair chance of it that he gets paid um, by sell side research. And that is bad for you and I as a trader. You understand what I'm saying? Like, because the sell side funds, sell side hedge funds, sell side research, they want that information out in the public view, and they want you to consume it. So that's another scary part about Mike Burry is, like, you don't know if he's being paid by sell side research now that he's had his exit strategy. Now he's doing a monthly newsletter and all that kind of stuff. Where's he getting his money? He's either trading, right, or he's getting paid by a newsletter or whatever else. And he's a pretty high-powered figure, so it would be very tempting for a guy like him to, sign up with sell-side research, and yet we're consuming what they're saying, thinking that because Mike Burry says it, that it makes it true, and in fact, that's not the case. It's probably more. It's like that. You want to see somebody that's probably paid by sell-side research. I always talk about this guy right here. What's his name? Stock market crash. Bonds. Hold on. I forget what this guy's name is. Yeah, this guy this fucking guy right here. What's his name? Andre Jick. Look up Andre Jick. Here's a prime example. So this guy right here. See this guy right here? This fucking dweeb. This guy can go fuck himself. Not fuck himself. Whenever I meet him, I'm going to call him out on it. But this guy right here, Andre Jick, he's got 3.35 million followers. I would bet that a third of those are fake or bought and paid for by sell-side research. Now, what this guy does is he gets fed information, data information, and then they say to him, make a video, make it nice and clean, edit it really nice, put it out there for the world to hear. Now, this guy wrote this 2 months ago. 2 months ago, this video came out. This video had, you ready for this crazy shit? This guy's video has 2.1 million fucking views. 2.1 million views. 2.1 million views. This guy called for a fucking crash in the stank market. That didn't happen, did it? So when you talk to the guys, or when I look at guys like this guy, or I look at guys like Mike Burry, I always question who's paying him. It's probably not IR. It's probably sell-side research. If he was getting paid. Hey, check it out. I'm making money again. Woohoo! Does that work for you? Does this work for you guys? Here's your next bus stop right here. Let's talk about Mike Burry's ticker, NBIS. They have earnings coming out. Just read some of this here. Estimate is 0.72. Amazon, SpaceX, iMajor, Descartes acquisition. Mike Burry shorts Nebius stocks. Is it to buy or sell earnings? It's a fair question. Let's take a look at what we can find out here. Hold on. NBIS, right? Plants? Wait a minute, I'm missing wait a minute. The SP is up nice and claims short and Yeti asked 5,500 newsletter. Let's do it, Cap. Let's hit up Caesars. Yo, what's up, brother? Yo, we should hang out. Are you up here, man? Are you around? Are you in Windsor, bro? Dude, hit me up in a fucking email, man. Ron Walker. Yuri's brother. Oh, yeah, Ron Walker. Yeah. I don't think Ron Walker gets paid by sell-side research. He's a cool old guy. I don't ever fuck with that guy. He's cool. I'm down with Ron Walker. I'm down with like the other guy that does the Doom. There's a couple of them out there. There's a guy with long hippie hair. He has less subscribers now. I need some plants. I have to have plants. I got plants. I got 2 plants. I got a plant over there and a plant over there. Oh, and a bunch of plants in a show. So when I started talking to sponsors, I'll tell you this. So I started talking to sponsors, and I was like, you know, what kind of sponsor am I looking for here? And I'm not. So for me, if you want to know we're gonna talk about MBS here. Let me just set this up. So for me, I never sold out to like Bookmap. They're a legitimate company. I never did the NFT thing. I never did merchandise. I never did fucking like I never sold courses. I never did any kind of bullshit. It was like my only thesis on this whole thing was pay for the show to happen. That was my thesis. Like if I can get the show paid. Well, it actually started out with just let's just do the show. And then the show turned into a real we went through one large round of inflation, and it was brutal on me financially doing the show. And as the costs started to pick up, I financially couldn't do it any longer. So my next goal was, all you need to do is pay for this fucking show. I can trade, make the money I need to make trading, and if we can just pay for the fucking show, I'm happy. So I did that. Now, in that middle part of this, hold on, I gotta do this option. We're looking for not option profit calculator. We're looking for expected weekly earnings. Error. So what I did was I passed over selling myself out. I didn't do the crypto thing. I've been offered a million different cryptos to do. I even had phone calls with crypto guys. Now, those guys are pump and dump scammers. I'll tell you right now. They're just like pump and dump crews. They create a coin, and it's like all the triple leverage shit. It's all fake and bullshit. Those same pump and dump gangs, they run crypto scams, NFT scams. It's like a easy thing to do. There's no fucking regulation. It's like it's been a field day for those guys. So I said no to those partnerships. I said no to big partnerships like this, Bookmap. And what took place there, this is your next bus stop, just so you know. This is where the FOMO is. You can see it right here. People are getting out. So, and you see see I have the second one over here? Like this right here is FOMO up here. Now, anyways, because I passed all that stuff up for all these years, people started making fun of me. Now, not you guys, but like I spend a lot of time traveling for work for this. When you see me travel, it's because I'm doing work, believe it or not. So as an example, I started speaking to some high-level people with large influencer representative companies, like agencies for influencers. And when I did that, they made fun of me. They literally said to me, like, "What the fuck are you doing?" That's what I was counseled on. They're like, you have one of the best demographics in the world, decision makers with money to spend, and that was like my deal with you guys, which was, yeah, you guys are like outside of a child watching kids programs and stuff. The best demographic is literally you guys. For any audience member, you're number 2 in the world. And they were like, why have you never monetized this to pay yourself for all the hard work you do? And I was like, I don't know. I was like, I just, you know, if I trading, I'm making money, I'm happy, this thing's being taken care of, what I'm doing over here. I'm able to do the build out and the development of the website and all that other cool stuff. And I'm taking it slow. And as a matter of fact, I have a general counsel. I got a bunch of attorneys, and I got to pay for them too. I got one of my attorneys is a tech startup development attorney, and he was like, guy, he's like, do you have any idea how many people pay me money with their idea, and it never takes off. And he's like, you've put the cart before the horse. He's like, you're doing so much shit that no one ever does before they actually pitch and launch something. He's like, you're doing it all fucking backwards. And I was like, that's cool. We'll do it backwards. So that's what I did. And I did it backwards. I never sold out or none of that stuff. Now, between that time and this time, where I'm like, okay, I'm going to start, or we're at a point where this show does not pay for itself any longer. It's costing me a ton of fucking money. I probably am at that point where I've done this long enough, like 5 years. You know, like we've done it longer than that now. It's been like 6, maybe 7, but like 5 real years of doing this. And I put my 10,000 hours in. And I have proof of it, right? I've got my videos and stuff. You can go back and watch all the hours I've put into this. So I'm at this point where I've like kind of have to get off the pot, like stop doing this, or I need to go to the next level. And there's all kinds of other things that are included in this. Like YouTube wants you to do this, Twitch wants you to do it, everything, Twitter, all these fucking places. They're like, monetize so we can get paid. They basically want to get paid too. They want to get paid. At least people want to get paid. Everyone wants to get paid, and they want me to make the money to pay them. So, and the whole format is for me to do that, and I've rejected that for so long that there's actually been some good news out of that, which is that now that I'm looking to get sponsors, I'm being approached by some very respectable, like real, true, like good sponsors to have, like almost like buy and sell side, but it's more like brand awareness kind of stuff. So more like IR. So, and what the good thing about that is that it's very lucrative, and I'm not told what to do. I can do whatever I want. I can piss on the stream. I can shit. I can fucking scream, yell, curse. I can pick how I trade. They give zero fucks about what I do. It's more about providing the money that I need so that I can do all this development. I can, I can like pay to have, I can fly somebody out, put them in a hotel and interview them. I can go to a tech conference and afford to go to that tech conference. I can hire a producer, an editor, all those kind of things. I can pay the people that have been with me since the fucking the dark days with no money, and keep them with me. To bring them on full time and say, okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna polish all of this up, and we're gonna put out a better product and try to reach a larger audience. So the one benefit for doing the way I did it was I didn't get snared into pump and dumps. I didn't get snared into like NFT scams and crypto scams, selling classes, fucking all this other bullshit, fucking all the scams all these guys run. So I'm in a better position than I ever thought I was or is. I think that at some point, any original member that's still a member, I think I can even remove their paywall for them permanently forever, as long as I'm getting this sponsorship money. And not only that, it opens the door for other sponsorships, do other things and stuff like that. So anyways, it can fund me to like open a hedge fund or a family office. Like this can be like a big move here for us. Can have the Mike Burry fade the trade hedge fund. Okay, I gotta watch this really quick. We're gonna do NBIS here in just a second. I just want to see if I should get out or not. I might need to get out. Let me do a stop market order. Hold on here. Let me do a limit stop. Hold on here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna review that, submit that. I'll leave that on so I don't have to watch this trade. Hold on, we're gonna move up. So we're talking about Mike Burry right now, talking about how he makes money, allegedly makes money. Can we bring him on the show? Like I don't talk about this in the show, but I meet a lot of people like him frequently. As a matter of fact, I was out Saturday at a bar. I think I put a picture up of it for a minute. I was in this bar right here. I'll show you where I was. Show you guys what I do in the weekend sometimes. Oh my God, I'm terrible. I am a bad man. So like, here's an example. I was in the Detroit Finance Bar. You know, see that right there? See those guys right there? Can you see those guys? I don't know if that's going to focus on you or not, but see those fucking guys right there? Those guys right there? Those guys are from Benzinga. Those are Benzinga executives. So I hang out with those guys. Like I sit in there, we chat them up. I chatted on Tuesday. I met with a bunch of guys from that are in. I can't say who they are. But anyways, I meet with those people all the time. The hope here is that like when I meet these people, I can say to them, "Hey, would you ever do an interview? You know, I fly you in or something, or if you're in this town, would you come on the show and stuff like that? Do an interview." Which we're set up for here, believe it or not. I have a big table and stuff. Like I got a table. I've got a bunch of microphones now for interviewing and stuff. So yeah, Mike Burry. I don't know if he would take the interview, but I would. If I met him, I would ask him. I would definitely ask him. I want to know. Like, I do have questions for him too. Like most of the questions that you guys have, I have for Mike Burry. He probably wouldn't do the interview. He's not. I don't think he likes most people like me. By Cologuard. This segment brought by Cologuard. I tried to take the Cologuard test. I tried to take it this past week or something. They were like, oh, or the doctor's office was like, it'll be like you won't get the results for 2 weeks. I'm like, fuck that. We'll find out with a regular blood test. Send him some butt ice molds. Yeah, he's a very sensitive guy. I know he is. I know that about him. I do know people that know him. I do know people that know him. I would like to interview like Pravorsky. I'd like to interview. You want to know who I would like to interview? Like Pravorsky, fucking Charlie McElligott. I'd like to interview the guy that wrote all the hedge fund, the Market Wizard books. I'd like to interview him. He gives interviews. I'd like to interview Larry Williams. I'd like to interview Tom Lee. I'd like to interview some CEOs. Would be nice. I'd like to interview who else? Who's the guy from Citadel? I forget his name. Starts with the P2, I think. I'd like to interview him as well. Who else would I like to interview? Yeah, I found a sponsor. I found one. I got him. I think I'm signing a deal next couple weeks. Next week or two. No, not Griffin. What's the fucking guy's name from Citadel? I shouldn't say Citadel. Citadel. Traders. What's his name? His name is he just jumped over there recently. Yeah, I met last year or something. Let me see. Yeah, Rubner. I'd fucking love to interview him. I know he's a douche. He's definitely like me. We'd probably start slap fighting each other in the fucking interview. No. Rubner. He's a badass. He's a fucking baller trader. And he walks around like he knows it too. Rubner, he's a gangster. Who does that? Well, what I have to do, I think, is I think I have to split my time traveling. I think I got to split the time. Yeah, I got to meet institutional investors more than likely, or that class of investor. I have to be able to speak to the institutional investor and the retail investor. I think that's the idea here. I even thought about I don't know if I have to do this yet, but I even thought about no longer trading, potentially no longer actually physically trading, hiring traders. Um, I'm not there yet, but potentially I would have to do that. Yep, old Bert Rubner. But I think I need to. I think if I'm gonna do like retail investor awareness, I probably need to do institutional class awareness as well at some point, and get to know those guys, and then bring on the CEOs, and you turn the show at some point into some kind of where you're talking about the whatever these people are talking about, That's right, baby, Scott, the badass. I would say though, my two most favorite traders right now. If I had two favorite traders right now, it's probably Miguel Agot. If I had my sell side guy would be Miguel Agot. Buy side, um, like best buy side trader I probably know. Got to be Larry Williams. Has to be like legendary, or it's the dude that wrote or the main author of the Market Wizards. And there's one more group of people I want to interview. I want to interview, if I can, I want to interview any floor traders that are still willing to talk before they die. They're getting older right now, and I think it's a tragedy that there isn't like a huge repository of interviews with those guys. There are interviews with those guys, but there's no repository of them. And I think like a repository of like maybe 20 or 30 or 50 traders and all their experiences tied all together into like a long form documentary would be kind of dope too, like a side project. And there are documentaries on floor traders, but I want it to be more like I've seen there are some killer documentaries out there. I should say this about floor traders. There are some killer documentaries. VolWiz has one that's his favorite. That was done by PBS years ago. It's a killer documentary. I'll try to find it somewhere. I've got it kicking around. He sent it to me a while ago, but I think everybody's seen that one. But I think I like the idea of like more like a black backdrop and then just a couple chairs and maybe a bourbon or something, and I'll let them talk. See how they're already trying to roll this down right here? See how there was no look above on this one? So there's no look above. And this is where you needed that look above here. Be able to trade that up to that next level. And so they're dumping it and retracing this whole move down here. And they're going to come back down and retest the entire move. All the way down here. I'm going to go up here really quick. All right, so this is NBIS. They have a pretty wide expected move here. 11% expected move for the 17th. 20% move expected on by September 8th. Nebius is a technology company dedicated to developing comprehensive infrastructure to serve the global intelligence. Remember, we're doing this live right now. This is not edited. This is NBIS. Nebius Group. NV is a technology company dedicated to developing comprehensive infrastructure to serve the global artificial intelligence industry. The operations encompass several key areas. Central to its mission is Nebius, an AI-focused cloud platform engineered to handle demanding AI workloads. The division constructs end-to-end AI infrastructure featuring extensive GPU computing clusters, robust cloud platforms, and essential tools and services for developers. The group also includes Toloke AI, which functions as a data solutions provider, assisting with various phases of generative AI development. Triple 10 operates as an educational technology venture focused on equipping individuals with new skills for careers in the tech sector. Furthermore, Avride specializes in pioneering autonomous driving technologies for self-driving vehicles and delivery robots. Founded in 1989, the company is previously known as Zandex NV until its rebranding to Nebius Group. I am betting that they are an RTO of some kind, just like Azio. They were rebranded. A lot of these companies are doing rebranding. They're all getting into like wherever the money is for AI right now. Its headquarters is located in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, with an additional research and development facilities spread across Europe, North America, and Israel. We know that they have an ER coming up. They have a large expected move. They have an expected move of 212.53. This is what the options market's pricing in for its first expiry. And Mike Burry is reportedly short. 170 in the downside. Just make sure I got this correct. Now, because Mike Burry is short, we're going to also look at some other lows. 151. Yep, right down here. There's another target down here from options expiry a month out. That's right there. It's probably the Mike Burry line. Give me one quick second here, guys. Hang tight one quick second here. I gotta take care of something really quick. Apologize for that interruption. Sorry about that. Hold on here. So here's Mike Burry. We'll make him purple. We'll make him like a Barney purple. There we go. All right, let's talk about this on a few different levels here. You could argue that I mean, if this fails up here, yeah, he'll get the low down here. You could argue that. I don't like this positioning for this trade yet. So maybe he's looking to put this new low in right here. Maybe he's thinking like a dump on ER, and then maybe you're short here. That would make sense to me. You got to put this new low in, though, from this one right here. Let's also look at... I've got an alert on NXT, by the way. Give this a second here to calculate. What's going on here? Reload that. Let's go. Hang tighter, guys. I think he's wrong. This is not conducive to Mike Barry in his short. This is also on an upswing right now. That doesn't look good for Mike Barry. I can see his point on a longer horizon to being short. This right here says they're dumping it. This says they're dumping it on a quarterly and a monthly basis. The weekly looks fine though for up. That looks fine for up. This is a daily time frame velocity for the stock tick for the stock. 30-minute looks good for bulls. You see Mike Barry down here? Like he needs this to come down here. He kind of needs this down here. It's a double whammy right here. That's probably what he's trying to do. Double correction. Another thing we want to look at here is this. They bought this just fine in here. This is where the instigation was right here. This is the first. This is one, right? Or this is one. Right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right there. And they stepped right back in to buy that. You can see it right here. That's not good for Mike either. He wants this down here, take the whole trade. He wants to take it right here. This is where Mike wants to do it. Mike wants it down to 106. He wants it way down there. Right where that monthly trigger is. And that makes sense. They are dumping to the monthly trigger. One case for him is that this monthly is being dumped. So, and velocity at least is being dumped. And that monthly is coming right into that level right there. He does want this to go down. My only problem with Mike's trade is it could be something more like this. Like you're up there slamming that one, then you start the actual thing if you were to do it. That's September, October, the bear months. do something else here. Maybe it's just made a genius moves. Here why it matters. Strong before Q2. Let's take a look at their earnings really quick. This is their earnings history. What we want to be looking at is this stuff right here. Big move up in May. Big move up in May. Feb down, but they're already in trend down. They're in trend up in February. Trend. They were already in trend down here. They could have been in trend down here too. Yeah, that's trend down. They fucking move. I'll say this. Like they move on their earnings. They move. Or historically, they do fucking move. On here. They are in a downtrend here. Their overall trend is down, not up. He might have a case here for this. Let's look at a monthly basis. So this candle's been erased here. That candle was erased. This wick is bad. That's a bad wick for bulls. This is all open right here. This is open. This is the actual Mike Barry line right here. This is exactly where he is right here. He's right here. He wants to buy it right in here. This is nasty too. Do you see where that white line is right there? That's not good. That's the low, right? 1, 2, 3. This is the one problem here. That's the lower low. So here's the low right here. So this sequence is done. So you got 1, 2, 3, and now he's saying this is 1. Just to get underneath that, right there to the weak. Let's go up there and defend that, and then he's down here. And there's the Mike Barry line right there. That's what he's thinking. This. He's thinking that's done. 1, 2, 3. That's done. Okay. This is a tough call. Here's your monthly. Daily right here. Man, this is a tough call. He has to defend this right here. Okay, so this is what I'm going to give you. Up right here. On everything okay? And I would say that this is to be an unknown, but one, two, 3, and 4 over there. I just don't know. Woo. That's a doozy down there. Woo. I'll say this about Mike Barry, or I'll say this about this trade here. Okay. I'll say this about Mike. Probably right. There is There is some stuff in here, like this can squeeze up here just fine, and his trade is still fine. If this squeezes, right, it's still valid to the downside. Down here, then up there, and over there. So, you know, even if it squeezes and he's short, as long as he's got more money, he'll short this, I think, and still win. That's what I think is going to happen. NBIS. And I think it's fine for it to squeeze up here. Like, you could theoretically go like this. You could theoretically go. But I think it's valid to say up here. And then it'll come directly back down, something like that. But it doesn't matter. It's likely to get sold even if it goes up there. You can see these guys here. They're sold down, panic, panic, panic. So they're just hoping to get out. Even if this wins here, they're going to be trying to sell. So they'll try to sell the earnings that if it pops. I don't think you wake up with this up here. I'm going to get rid of that. And I'm going to say the way is down. These are all panic buyers in here. And I'll say something about this. You ready? I want to say something to you. It's important here. This is a failed high. This is a failed high. This is not good enough. That's a wick. No, you did put it. No, this is indecision in here. You really need to get up here. Like, you need to get up here. You need to trade like 208. You have to escape this. So here's my final synopsis on this stuff, okay? Are you ready? NBIS. I do not recommend being long this stock. I would first need to see a high right here and take this one out. A successful backtest of at least this right here. You know, even if it was just here and here and running, I would only be getting long on something like this, because I really do think that if they spike this thing up, that you're going to find sellers in here trying to send it down anyways. So for me, he's kind of right. It's not ready to be bought yet, if that makes any sense. It's not ready to be bought. There's a lot of indecision in here. There's failures to get a new high. You would need to see a pop up here, break through this white line, come back down, get that hourly trigger up here and this daily trigger, and then second high, and then you start buying it right there. So he makes a fair point on this. He makes a fair point on wanting it lower, and you start taking out the weak people. Even down here, I'd consider buying it. Like anywhere down here, I'd consider buying this. I'd consider buying it 149, 136, whatever. Look at this on a higher frame. I can see why he wants to take all this out. I have fucking guys all the way down here, probably. There's your 1, there's your 2, there's your 3, there's your 4. If you're an Elliott waiver down here. So I'm bearish on NBIS. I also think that if it rips, unless it gets above 212.50, it'll only be used to sell again. Good. If you want to know what the expected move is inside of the range, right down here, $170.43, right down there. But the bad part is that you're breaking this low right here. You want to pay very close attention if this does sell. Does it break below that low right there? This low from over in August, you break that over there, and it's pretty bad. If it slows down and does not put in the new low, I would be open to that trade up there again. If they don't sweep that low down here. But as of right now, as of today, I'm with Mike Barry. I didn't think I would be, but I am. Is it going down? Did it hit our target, our downside day target? Let me go look. Nailed almost perfect. See how this one right here? See how this one, we missed it? And now we put it in. You see that? Failure right in here. You can see where the FOMO gang is. I had a market sell on this if we broke this right here. We did. I sold it, but you can see down here we went and actually hit that target, broke through it. This is S2 right here. This is my target on the day for downside right here. I don't think you can get below this. So I'm gonna say that's bottom right here for the day. But I think we can get 65 after the bell or tomorrow morning, potentially. That's bottom right here, I think, for the day. Now we'll trade sideways into this into the close. They can potentially sell this down after the bell or near the bell. So if we get to this 50 right here. So just inside of here, what they can do is pin this in. Try to dump it to 65 before we get to tomorrow or after the bell. Overnight, we slam it down to 65. And I would be closing short, and do not be short for that that print, that inflation print down there. This is probably it right here. I think that's it right there. Maybe one more slam down here. Potentially get like one more low to this bell. But I don't think you can get the 65 until after the bell. Overnight, that kind of shit. You can see it right there. They did not do the look above like they did on this one. They did the prior high look above here. That's fine. This one here, they failed the look above right there. I would be trying to get all this stuff, all these markers. We're looking for right here to be no. No, this one right here would be this was a sliver too. It's really right there. Count this really quick. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Woof. That should be done. They're just putting this. This is all this extension here is just the fifth wave. So 1, 2, 3, and then more down. 1, 2, 3, and then down that way. Maybe try to get back down under there. Something like that. This would be 1, 2, 3, and then start blasting down here. This would be right here. Ain't that one. Theoretically, they can come up here. We don't need to go up there, but theoretically, the most pain they could give would be right there. And a new low in over here. I'd even like to see that. Even if it's after the bell, I don't care. I can't because of the time it takes me to look at this stuff. It's like an hour. I got to take a piss and a poop too. Probably. I got to take a quick break at some point. We're almost to a point where I can. It's almost 3 o'clock. We're going to find out if this sour power hour. It's probably going to be sour hour too. There. Probably do this one right here. Right up in there. I think we've had this cut. We called this morning, right? We called that target. We called 770. I don't think we can get under. If we can get under it, maybe we can get below 768. Like right, we got to get below. We would have to get to below 768.50, so like 49, right there, and that would open the door below to 65. And the target for tomorrow, I don't think you'll see it in the daytime, but the target for tomorrow is 764.37 and 764.05. These two right here. Yeah, this is the break right here of the. I'm finally reading your chat right now. This is the break of the Thursday Friday low right here. That's what this is, the Thursday Friday low. I think we just broke it, right? No, we didn't break Thursday and Friday just yet. That's way down here. We didn't break Friday yet. We broke the 11 a.m. though, I think, Thursday. Here's the Thursday right here. So we broke that, I think. Yeah, we broke Thursday. This Friday, oh, here's Thursday right here too. Where's Friday? I think you're right. I think we broke both. I had a green box here, but I don't know what happened to it. I think I removed it earlier, but I think we broke the Thursday and Friday low. And that opens the door to what? A red week. So we could potentially have a fucking red week on our hands, boys, as of that door opening right now. That white line right there opens the door to us closing a red week. So if we were to blast down today and tomorrow, if we blast down during the day tomorrow, we don't ricochet up, the door is open for a red week. We may be waiting to buy a fucking dip until Friday close or something like that, potentially. The sky is falling. Dude, VIX isn't even moving. VIX is not moving. No one's scared here. This is all expected. This is all priced in. So this whole move right here is priced in the options market. We will trade this. We just don't know if we'll trade tomorrow. We won't know if we'll create a new gamma for the week. We talked about that this morning. You won't see that new gamma until post report. We're like, this is pricing in the low of the week right now, which is expected. Like this is called realized volatility. So we're pricing in the expected move right before the known information, the doom. Now tomorrow, if it's really bad, we will reprice the week, or we can. If everyone's like, oh my God, that's terrible, we're going to start tightening, slam the fucking put button, sell button, sell. That gamma can change. We talked about it. We showed it earlier on the chart here, but so we can float around this all day long. We can trade, like, we can open more doors at anything below 768.50, excuse me. Like, see right here? We can slip under here maybe. That could help as well for more down tomorrow. But the one thing I would tell you is do not chase the fucking hole. We should talk about that. So, like, if you want to chase the hole here after the close, make sure you can get out in the overnight, not during cash market. So your only real option here is like 24-hour trading, maybe trading a symbol 24 hours a day, the underlying, which I don't even like. Through some brokerages, or you could trade futures. If you were to trade futures, I would be trying to sell it from a high and not from here. A high in the overnight, or pre-market, or not, it wouldn't be pre-market, it'd be after hours or overnight. And I'll tell you the two groups, the Asian traders and the London traders, they're going to look for a high to sell as well. But you'd have to be able to get out at like 4 a.m., 6 a.m., something like that. You definitely don't want to be in puts overnight. It's too there's no edge in it. You could be puts here to the bell, but I think it's very risky. So, like, if they come in with that inflation report and they fucking did the bullshit to it last week with the war bullshit, that we weren't going to have a war. If that print comes in light or not very hot, comes in hot but not very hot, we could fucking ricochet in the morning, like just rips out of the upside. If we don't do new pricing for the weekend, the expectation with this binary event puts us at almost an all-time high at the end of the week. So we have to be very careful there into this close. Now that's a sentiment. Bitcoin is sentiment driven. Don't disregard sentiment, but I mean, I think sentiment's one of the most powerful things out there. But bulls are like they panic when they're weak buyers. So it should reflect in Bitcoin before it reflects in VIX. Although VIX is about to rip, so it's poised for it right now. You want to look at VIX 9-day really quick? I have it up. Another thing you could be watching right now if you wanted to is like the 3-month and 6-month yield and the 2-year. 2-year starts dropping, and you should see red bars on 3 and 6 month. Now, there's no panic here just yet, but this does look like, Panic at the Disco into the close. Wake up with a bar like this in the morning, and then dump it again. And we need this to go up for us to get a rally too. And I did go over the idea behind not popping the collar until September, and then here I'll show you this. Hold on. You may not have been at the show when I said this earlier. Maybe some of you are just joining us late. So we'll look at it like this. We'll make it really simple here, okay? So this is the expected. Today and tomorrow morning this is the expected. Okay? On SPX. The expected into Friday is to just grind in here. Literally just grind. Grind and close. Why is that? Because we have big giant call wall. So what you should be doing, if you're a bull, is you should be looking for, this is inflation. This is Vixpiration. This is OPEX. And then there's two more lines in here. There's NFP and I think retail sales or something. But if you're a bull, what you're trying to do, even though the way is up, right? We're going up in trend. You have a lot of binary, potentially bearish abilities for bears or for bad news to drop us down here so you can get that long up here. Instead of trying to buy calls here, how do I explain this better? If we're above this, I would instigate calls here. This is where you should be a call buyer. If not, you have to hope that some kind of an event will send us down here to buy. Here, be a call buyer. Call buyer. And so you're hoping for any of these things. Maybe this thing ricochets up. And then we're just grinding again right here. All of a sudden, boom, you get Vixpiration. Maybe you get a chance there to actually buy those calls. Or the unwind doesn't come. We get into month end. We do NFP. That's bad inflation or report. There's your daily trigger over there, and you're off and running over here. Does that make any sense? So you're a call buyer down here, for length, or you're a call buyer up here, and you're kind of in the wrong place to be a call buyer right now, right? Like intraday, you can do that shit, but not like I'm a call buyer. Like for a run like this, you need to either be above or you need to be down here. It's one or the other. Or an edge, I should say. And I showed the example on the collar where, let me just show you the collar one more time. If you were not here, I'll show it to you guys right now. Explain it once more. Give you a prime example of this. In 2025, we popped a collar. So this is the top strike in a collar right here. You guys see this? So this is July. This is August. This is September. I know some of you have already been here all day long, but it looks like there's people that are just joining us. So you can see here we hit the collar, down, right? Hit the collar again, down. Notice this pattern right here? Hit the collar again into the month, down. Right? And the buyer was waiting here to buy or waiting above the collar to buy. Does that make sense? So you're a buyer there or a buyer in the daily trigger, and you're hoping for this as a bull. So let's take a peek really quick. What date is this? This is August. The top was August 13th. What day is today? August 11th, right around the 12th. So we're hoping for a big, giant roll down to the daily trigger to buy. Make sense? And we still can't pass here. Notice how they cut us down over here, then they cut us down here, and they cut us down here again. Now, if I know the conversation right now is we're going to bust through everybody's buying calls to break through 8,000, right? We're breaking through 8,000, maybe, but that doesn't preclude a big fuck you in here and a big fuck you in here. You know what I mean? So if you get a chance for a big fuck you before the breakout above 8,000, I would be looking for them. What does that mean? How does that translate? Translates to this, right? If you can get the inflation print to do it, if you can get expiration to do it, if you can get middle of month profit taking to do it, if you can get OPEX or month end, any of and plus that wall that's up here that's not coming down unless the FOMO, unless the Marines go in. I always say, send the Marines and let them do it, right? You out there are probably not a Marine. I'm not a Marine. You don't have billions of dollars. You can't throw millions at it, and it's like, oh, it's not working. Okay, I'll do it again. I'll throw another 10 million, now 20 million, to eventually be right like that guy over there. So you let those guys do that. You as a retailer, you're just sitting back and waiting for an opportunity to buy a dip or trade above 8,000. It's one or the other. Okay, so that's a good question. So I own a company named Trade the Trigger, and you can just Google search Trade the Trigger or go to tradethetrigger.com. And any membership will do. I think that the bottom membership's a subscriber or something like that. If you subscribe, you'll have access to a bunch of shit that nobody has. What I offer for that entry level is basically everything that even the big guys have. I have all their fucking tools. And I built them myself, and I got fucking real-time data that I pay for. Big dollars. Huge money for the data that I'm paying for. And we're building out news feeds for you. So the News Squawker, you're gonna get something like that, a news feed that's paid for news. The shit that the big boys pay for, I'm paying for that right now. So we're rolling out a bunch of different shit on that website. It's totally fucking worth the money. And if you're in when we do this, when I get the sponsor, and this sponsor is able to pay for everything, I will either pause paying monthly memberships for those people that were original, or we'll look at it as a group or something. It's either going to be a pause, or it's going to be no more increases for you as long as I have the sponsorships. I'll have to put some disclaimers in there and stuff, but any new any new community member or something, they will pay the price increases and stuff. They won't get any they will pay while you're not paying if you're original. And there are people here that have been here. I have at least, I think we tried to count it once. The last time we counted, I think I have for original members, still paying. It's pretty high. So those people will be my like, come over to daddy, and how do I take care of you and stuff like that. So that original group I want to protect no matter what. And that's why they're going to always get that daytime spy show during the day. I want to keep my promise to the spy community and stuff. It's just a matter of I have to go bigger market, be able to break out of algorithmic bubbles and stuff. Like I'm only known for spy, so I have a very small bubble. I need to like start branching out, start covering the whole market and stuff like that. Do like clips about specific stocks, start getting them on TikTok and that stupid shit. I got to do a bunch of shit that I don't want to do. I never wanted to do. I don't want to be a fucking influencer. I'll be honest with you guys. Like I am not this person. I am like the anti-influencer influencer. I think. Whatever the fuck that is. But it's what I have to do. So to keep doing this, it's what I have to become. So I have to like continue to keep promises to our community and stuff like that. You're going long here? I don't know. I think it's potentially we could go up a little bit, but I'm afraid of this like creep down here. Like this could be something where it's like boom, 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 then it's like stall, 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 whammo down. Just use the same rules that I gave you over here before. If you're gonna get long, where the bus stops are, all that kind of stuff. They're gonna try to keep this one right here. So like you could do max up here if you wanted. Be afraid of that right there too. Be afraid of this and then dump. Want to watch that? Thanks, Yo-Yo. I appreciate that comment, man. I try to keep it real, brother. Like you don't know, like I try to be like brutally honest sometimes. I was told not to tell you I had the tumor. I was told not to disclose that publicly. I didn't think that was being honest and genuine. I tell you guys a lot of bad shit that happens to me, and I'm always told to not like wear the suit and tie, wear the fucking don't say the F word, that kind of stuff. But I don't think that's how traders are. Most traders, I think trading is like it has really gallow humor, a lot of black comedy, a lot of irony, a lot of like you lose, I lose. So when I lose, it sucks. People get angry. That there's emotions in it and stuff like that. So, and there's some other thing here too, which is like, if it bleeds, it reads. I don't like that either. I don't like the sizzle. I don't like the like the that's part of the narrative, right? Part of the soap opera and stuff. Like that shit infuriates me. Reminds me of that is like someone's I think that's like me in a way is Wolf Richter. Like he talks often about like bringing the bullshit into his blog and his comment section. He's like, stop regurgitating that shit in my blog. He's like, I just can't hear it. He's like it's all fucking bullshit. All that shit. All the like Zeitgeist is all fucking bullshit. And he gets saucy about it. And he doesn't have a huge following. That guy should be like the number 1 blog for the entire retail crowd. It should be like the #1 blog. It should be quoted everywhere. It should be read by millions. Millions. It should be read by millions, and it's not. So because it's not the fucking if it bleeds it reads, right? It's not the sensationalist headline. He doesn't do that shit. He just tells you exactly what the truth is. He's like, this is the facts. This is the data. that shit doesn't sell, does it? You'd rather have me sit here and tell you we're gonna trade we're gonna trade fucking 7,300 because of the inflation print. We're gonna jackknife down on inflation print, then we're gonna get to expiration. We're gonna then trade 730. Bull market's over. The grand super cycle's done. The last time we squeezed was just to grab liquidity to actually crash us. The summer crash that's actually coming now. All that kind of shit. I can't bring myself to do that shit. Even if it happens, I have to trade it as it comes. Like trade what's the most probable trade more than the super crash. Right, Yo-Yo? I mean, you can ride it all the way down too, right? Like, I don't understand why they call that shit. I'm always like, if it's gonna roll over, we'll just trade it together. Like, you don't have to just point your finger and say, this fucking thing's going down 1,000 points. Like, all that shit is like, I know a guy. I'm not gonna say who he is. There's a guy on Twitter who like spent like 5 years calling crashes and like missed every single one of them. And he would change his name, come back on Twitter and start again. And now he's like a famous sell side guy. He's got millions of followers, and I know for a fact he ran under multiple different names before he became famous. And he became famous for one reason, because he did say, the one of the 5 times he said this is the top, and it actually worked, and like the top, and it worked, and so he got famous. So I can understand why those guys do that. I mean, I fully understand why they do it. But I couldn't look in the mirrors doing that shit. Oh God. The Daily Spy Show from 9:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern Time will now be available to Trade the Trigger members. Yep, and it's regular time. Should have wrote, yeah, it's regular time. I don't think we're gonna squeeze here. Who keeps saying we're gonna squeeze? Like, they're gonna pin us in. They're gonna run this fucker down into the morning if you don't know that. Hot or no hot print. they're gonna get as deep as they possibly can. Oh, I know all kinds of stupid shit that they do. I know about that. I know all about the scams shit they pull. Like, they'll snip a fucking trade. They'll take both trades. They'll paper trade it. They'll fucking. I know guys that fucking. They'll just go into the inspect element and they'll just start changing lines and shit. So anytime somebody shows me their trades, I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Like, fucking, just tell me when you enter. I think the only way. Okay, we'll talk about a few of these things. So anyone that shows you their trades, it's not that you can't trust them. You could probably trust certain people, but I would say, like, as a blanket statement, you can't trust those trades. The only way that I think you can trust somebody is if you have them on air or on a Twitter or a Discord and saying, I'm long, I'm short. That's all they have to say. If they say that to you and you can like track them and they get most of their trades right, they're probably a good trader. You don't care if they're trading paper or money either. You just care about their entries and exits. And if they're posting like the win afterwards, that doesn't work for me. That don't fly. I just need you to say, I'm fucking long, or I don't know, I'm on a neutral trade right now. Well, okay, what is it? What's your top and what's your bottom? You're in like a theta trade, you're trading the edges or whatever. Just tell me what it is. When did you start it and when did you close it? It's fairly simple. So if you do that, I think they're worthy of following or trading with, or just even picking their brains or whatever. I'm with you on that. Whoever said that, you don't trust anyone that does that. Just do it a blanket statement. Anyone shows you trades, just don't bother. You can just do inspect elements. They can buy one fucking share and sell it. You can change the dates, the entries, the times. They can make it $1 million, whatever the fuck they want to make it. It's all you want to know is tell me anywhere that you can. I'm in, I'm out. You can do that. It's easy. Or I don't know. I got a I just told you I have a market sell or a market order and to sell. As long as whatever you do, tell them before it happens. If you do that, you're good. If you're with your friends, you're in a Discord somewhere, you're on Twitter, you make friends with people, just tell them, say, I don't give a fuck about you posting your wins. Just tell me when you enter and when you close. Those are very important things to know, because entry and exits and managing those things are, they're not easy to do. You ask any trader, they'll tell you, like, you can be right and like, I got it right, but it didn't print until tomorrow or something. You want to like, just want to know when the fuck they entered, like right when they entered and right when they closed. One or the or both. Both would be best. But if you start making money in the entries, you can decide when you close. But I think the biggest thing is, when did you start? When did you open the trade? Maybe we'll whittle it down to the lowest common denominator. When did you start the trade? That's all I want to know. I don't give a fuck about when you closed it. Just when did you enter? If it starts making money, I'd leave that up to you as a trader to decide when to close. What's that? It's no different than me redrawing my lines. I don't redraw these lines for me. I draw them for you. See, this is a problem. We got to talk about this. Who's this motherfucker right here? Who is that? Stretching walls. Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this right now, stretching walls. We're going to chat about this. So, let's take a look at this. You know, I have a real problem with you saying that, stretching walls. I got a real problem with it. And I've heard this before. So we're going to talk about this right now. So I drew a line here earlier. From here to here. Didn't I? Something like this, right? With something like this and then up. This is where I got to stink with you. And we need to talk about this because you and whoever the fuck else out there says that shit, right? Anyone else out here that sees that stuff, anyone else that sees that stuff, right? So if you see them say this stuff, you should say to them what I'm about to tell them right now in the show. The show's ending, so I can say whatever the fuck I want at this point, right? It's going to go private. So we need to talk about this because when I drew this in, we'll draw this again. When I drew this in right here, right? I didn't draw this for me. Wait a minute. Yeah, right there. Something like that. It was something like this. What I said to you was not, it's going there. I said to you, I'm drawing this in here. Right? I'm drawing this here to show you where the FOMO is. You understand? So I'm doing it for your benefit, or a trader that doesn't know. And you know this. I already know you know this. So when I draw something like this, you're saying, hey, Cap's saying it's going here, and now it's not. Right? That's not what I said. And you probably haven't even been sitting here all day long. I already said this morning where it's going. I already showed you where the target was right there. You see? There's no changing of lines, none of that stuff over there. You understand what I'm saying here? I don't think you understand. So this is showing the path for you to know where to get out. Even on this one right here, I even said to you, this is where you step off. You understand what I'm saying? You step off there. But the FOMO wants to stay long to here, of course, take this one all the way up. Does that make any sense or no? So when you see me drawing lines, they're not for me. And I've got something better for you. Ready? I got a real gift for you today. Ready? I don't need no lines, dog. You do. And that's why you watch my motherfucking show. You hear me? I don't need no lines for entries and exits. I don't need to know where it's going. And let's see where it's going today. We'll leave the stream up right here for you. Have fun with that today. I can count candles. We're going to take all this away. Hold on a second. I got you covered, bro. You can start shot calling where we're going and what your entries and exits are. Right here for me. There you go. Have fun with that one today. Start trading, bro. I'll be right back. Take that one off. Take that. Wait a minute. Take that one off right there. Oh, we're going to do that one right there. There you go. It's like the it's like what? It's diabolical, isn't it? Well, you know, like you try to help other people, and then you're like, no, this guy's drawing the lines all the wrong way. Like, get the fuck out. That's a good question. We're in. Ready? We're in the last hour of the day. So the New York cash market is from um, 9:30 in the morning until 4 p.m. So that's called regular trading hours, RTH. The regular trading hours, Daddy. RTH. But that's a good question because why is that a good question? Because we are coming, or the stock market closes for New York in the next, I don't know, 45 minutes or so, 48, 42 minutes, something like that. And then we have after hours or AH and pre markets or PM. I love that you're learning this at your age. I'm going to get you into finance school. Don't need to draw lines anymore. Yuri rhymes with Burry. All right, let's do the 4 hour here. All right, we're going to put an expectation out for the Discord. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That's wrong. Then I draw Elliott wave lines. Those aren't my expectations, but drawing what Elliott wave is, they go, that's UCAP. That's where the Elliott waivers are, bro. There's the daily. Oh, we opened the daily low here. You want to see this? Look at this. Is that right there? See how we dipped our wick down here? Yep, this took out the Thursday, Friday low of this week. That's not good. Did I do that wrong or right or what? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 4 hours. Okay, that's a 4 hour right there. You want me to look at it? All right, hold on. Okay. So said 760. I think I said 768.5 or something like that. So I want you to draw down to 768.5. 765 is the expected move for not expiration for pricing and what we have an inflation print tomorrow called CPI. Okay, let's go to a 4 hour here. Catch this right here. Here. 468. I'll get you an exact number right now. Hold on. Target is 768.28. And you're going to draw that line down to 8:30 in the morning. So it should look like this. Down trace that prior low. You could draw them in. Draw the one more bump up, and then I want you to bring it back down and retrace the prior low that I just put in that chart. Just as I have it drawn. Just follow the exact drawing I drew. There's the low right there. 1500. Back. Wednesday, 8:30 in the morning. all this. Sorry, I'm trying to do as quickly as possible. There it is, right there. Memo. Let everyone. Jordy got the Michelin. I told him he was. I was like, those motherfuckers ain't ever fucking contacting you unless you're getting it, bro. Who the fuck's in Asia? He ain't answering a goddamn call. He maybe has signal. Signal. International calls. Those are free, right? I would think that it is. Ain't no more free mustache rides. I was teaching Maggie how to chart. She's asking me all the good questions. She's like, "Are we in AH right now?" I draw them and then I have her redraw them for me. But maybe I can get her to go to fucking finance, seeing as the other one's gonna be a goddamn doctor or whatever, microbiologist. Fucking no pay. Can't believe she wants to be a fucking microbiologist. She said doctor, or she's getting the microbiology degree. I'll hold my breath on the doctor thing when she really starts to suffer. Man, I wish I could eat more fucking food. I appreciate it. No, my body, like I can't eat. Like, thank you for the lunch. Jack would love the burger. All right, so that's good. We're done there. Met up with the attorneys. Um, can you where is it? Where is it in Discord here? There we go. Joe. Yeah, I gotta talk to admins and right fucking chat right now? What fucking chat am I in? Am I gonna right goddamn chat? What's that? I really All right, awesome show. Woohoo! You guys ready for tomorrow morning? If you're a member, I did post a chart for you inside of the Discord. We've followed this exactly, and you have it inside the Discord for what's going to happen tomorrow morning. I'll be back again tomorrow morning at 9:30 in the morning, and I will be back tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday for the stream, and we'll wrap up this daytime public stream. And I'll see all of you tomorrow morning, 9:30, baby. Have a great